The Project Gutenberg ebook of the Botanist's Repository for New and Rare Plants, Volume 06 of 10. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: The Botanist's Repository for New and Rare Plants, Volume 06 of 10. Author: active 1799 to 1828. Henry Cranke. Andrews. Release date: April 8, 2024. Ebook number 73363. Language: English. Original publication: London. The author: 1797. Credits: Chuck Grief and the online distributed proofreading team at https://www.pgdp.net. This file was produced from images generously made available by Biodiversity Heritage Library. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook. The Botanist's Repository for New and Rare Plants, Vol. 06 of 10. Index to the plants contained in Vol. 6. Irrata et Corrigenda in Vol. 6. pg1. Volume 6. Of the Botanist's Repository, comprising colored engravings of new and rare plants only with botanical descriptions and C in Latin and English, after the Linnean system. By H. Andrews, botanical painter engraver, and CPG2 plate Ucklesey. Sansevieria carnea. Flesh-colored Sansevieria. Class 6. Order Ihexandria monogenea. 6 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character: Corolla in furrow monopetala, tubo filiformi, limbo, 6 partito, revelato. Stamina limbo incerta. Bacca 1 sperma. Corolla beneath of 1 petal, with a thread-shaped tube, and 6 parted revolute limb. Threads inserted into the limb. Berry 1 seeded. Specific character: and C. Sansevieria. Folius dist iches, lanceolato ensiformibus, carinates, floribus solitari sicilibus. Sansevieria. With leaves 2 ranked, lance sword-shaped, keeled, flowers solitary, sessile. Descriptio: Herboperennes, habitua hemerocolides. Radix subcarnosus, fibrous longissimis subsimplicibus. Folia radicalia, subdistitia, effusa, lanceolato ensiformia, firpetalia, trinervia, nervo medio cariniformi, basin imbricata et profunde canaliculata, marginibus apices versus asperiuscules. Scapus radicalis, et quasi lateralis, palmaris, suberectus, angulatus, superncarnuus. Flora spicata, ascendens, sessiles, alterni, carnea, intus pallidores. Bracteae ovito-acuminati, concavi, carnea, florus amplectans. Corolla 6 partita, tubo angulato longitudine bracterum, Lacinius revolutus sublanceolates, tubo aliquo longoribus, suprema paulo majori. Filamenta 6 equalia, alba, basi Laciniarum incerta, Lacinius aliquo brevuribus. Antheri erecti, Utrincae marginati, sulphuriae. Stylus carnuus, Paulo declinatus, Antherus vix suprans. Stigma obtusum album, obsoletissim trilobatum. Reference to the plate. 1. A floral leaf. 2. The flower cut open, with one of the tips magnified. 3. The pointal and seed bud, and the summit magnified. This new species, of Thunberg's new genus Sansevieria, which is a branch of the Linnean genus Elytris, was introduced into this country from China, by T. Evans, Esq. of Stepney, in the year 1792, but is still very rare. Our drawing was made from a fine plant in the collection of J. Vere, Esq. of Kensington Gore, in the month of March. Mr. Anderson, his botanic gardener, informs us, he has treated it as a hothouse plant, but it will probably be found to succeed better in the greenhouse, like other Chinese plants. It is propagated by parting the roots. In habit it resembles Hemerocallis more than Sansevieria, but agrees with the generical characters of Sansevieria zelanica. With Elytris fragrans it also agrees in many particulars, but with Elytris farinosa is quite at variance. A root of it, lately parted from the individual here figured, flowered at Messrs. Grimwood and Wykes's, in February pg3 pg4 plate Ucklesii. Crocus biflorus. Yellow-bottomed white crocus. Class 3. Order Itriandria monogenea. 3 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Corolla, supera, 6 partita, subequalis, erectopatula, tubo longissimo subterraneo. Corolla, above, 6-parted, nearly equal, erect expanding, with a very long subterraneous tube. Specific character, and C. crocus, folius angustissimis effusus floribus semper lunge superantibus. Crocus, with very narrow diffused leaves, which are always much higher than the flowers. Descriptio. Radix tunicis glabris cochlearia formibus. Folia, tempor florendi, longissima omnium, magis effusa. Spathisi p2 flori, ut in plurimis. Flores vernals, albi, magni, fundo inta sordide flavo, extus aliquo olivatio, tubo pergracili, depilato, petalis 3 exterioribus, extus tinctura flavdinis, et purpureo elegantissime plumaso striatus. Filamenta antheric erecti, lutea. Stylus percrocius. Stigmata idadem percrocia, Antheris vix superantia. Hayworth's crocus inedit. Reference to the plate. 1. The outer sheath of the flower. 2. The inner. 3. The flower cut open. This beautiful crocus is unquestionably distinct as a species, and has never been noticed by any systematic writer except Miller, who has described it accurately under the name of Biflorus, in the 8th edition of his celebrated dictionary. It is very hardy, flowers early in February, and may be readily distinguished from other crocuses by its leaves being much longer than the flowers, at the time of flowering. When the sun shines strong, the flowers have a just perceptible fragrant scent, a circumstance very unusual in this genus. All the other species, one we call fragrans excepted, having more or less of an unpleasant smell. It seldom produces seeds in this country, or varies in color, but increases by the root pg5 pg6 plate Ucklesii. Polygala stipulacea. Stipuled milkwort. Class 17. Order 3. Diadelphia octandria. 2 brotherhoods. 8 chives. Essential generic character. Calyx 5 phyllis, folioles duobus alaformibus, coloratus. Legumen obcordatura, biloculare. Cup 5-leaved, with 2 of the leaves like wings, colored. Pod inverse heart-shaped, toothed-celled. Specific character, and C. polygala. Floribus imberbibus lateralibus, call suffruticoso, folius tiernis linearibus acutus. Wild. SPPL 892. Polygala. With beardless lateral flowers, a shrubby stem, and ternate, linear, acute leaves. Descriptio. Suffrutex, Ramules subdivaricatus, filiformibus, elongatus, pubescentibus. Folia fasciculata, linearia, obsolete mucronata, 3 to 6 in singulo fasciculo, infimolatior, breviary, stipuliform. Flores P. hysterii, at minors, axillaries, solitarii, vel sub indibinity, sessiles. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement. 2. The same magnified. 3. The keel magnified. 4.1 of the wings. 5. The same magnified. 6. The chives. 7. The same magnified. 8. The pointal magnified, a rare Cape species recently introduced to the Hibertian collection, where our drawing was taken last summer. It is a greenhouse shrub of the more delicate kind, and is propagated, but not very readily, by cuttings. In the structure of the flowers this species agrees exactly with the common Polygala hysteria, which Linnaeus originally made a distinct genus from Polygala, but afterwards united them. In keeping them distinct we think he did right, but wrong in uniting them. Our readers will have an opportunity of judging for themselves in our next number, in which will be figured a true Polygala, and another of the Hysteria family, with proper dissections of each. Hysteria was named by Linnaeus in honor of the celebrated German surgeon Heister pg7 pg8 plate Uckelsiv. Iris pavonia. The peacock iris. Class 3. Order Itriandria monogenea. 3 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Corolla 6 partita, Lacinius alternus reflexus. Stigmata petaliformia. Corolla 6 parted, with the alternate segments reflexed. The stigmas petal-shaped. Specific character, and see iris. Imberbus, folio lineare glabro, scapo subunifloro. Iris. Beardless, with a linear smooth leaf, and a usually one-flowered stem. Iris pavonia wild. SPPLI 238. Jacques. COLL sup. P8, description optima. Reference to the plate. 1. The outer sheath of the flower. 2. The inner one. 3. The seed bud, chives and pointal as they stand in the flower. 4. The chives spread open. 5. The pointal. This splendid but fugitive plant, is strikingly emblematic of the short duration of superior beauty. Its flower is but the transient object of a day, and its whole life in Europe seldom exceeds a single year. The peacock iris, notwithstanding its attractions, is but imperfectly understood by the botanists and horticulturists of this country, for while the latter have been unsuccessful in cultivating it, some of the former have privately considered it as a new genus, some have referred it to Iris, Moria, or fair Aria, others with more propriety to de la Roche's genus Voserxia, and the usually accurate Curtis mistook and figured the widely different Iris tricuspis for it. The English gardens have several times possessed this charming species, but we are afraid it is at present entirely lost to them. Our figure therefore, taken from the Hibertian collection some time since, cannot fail to be highly acceptable to all lovers of plants. In root Iris pavonia resembles other Cape irides, but the varying lustres of its brilliant flowers are seldom equaled, and not much excelled by any plant we ever saw. It is a native of the Cape, flowers early in spring, and must be treated like the other bulbous species from that country pg9 pg10 plate CCCLXV. Scilla siberica. Siberian squill. Class 6. Order Ihexandria monogenea. 6 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Corolla 6 petala, patens, decidua. Filamenta filiformia. Corolla 6-petaled, expanding, deciduous. Filaments thread-shaped. Specific character, and see scilla, tetraphylla, scapes plurimis semiteratibus, striatis, biflorus, post fluorescentium decumbentibus. Scilla, four-leaved, with many semi-cylindrical, scored, two-flowered stalks, which after flowering are decumbent. Descriptio. Radix bulbosus, Magnus pro rationi magnitudinus plantae. Folia in bulbus senectes, sepias 4, latiuscula, aliquo striatula, parum recurvata, apis obcuneata et subinvoluta. Scapi 3 to 5, 1 to 2, vel rarissime 3 flori, inequals, semicylindrici, vald striati, lucidi, vix palmers, supernatrocerulescentes. Pedunculi alterni, remoti, difforms, 1 to 6 linears, basi bibracteati, erecti, apis nutans, vel cernui, uniflori, atrocerulescentes. Bracteae difforms, parvuli, in fern purpurescens, supernalbi et membranacei. Corolla hexapetala, nutans, vel cernua, campanulata. Petala sublanceolata, obtusa, concavo incurva, latissime cerulea, intus pallidira, basi albicantia, costa utrincae saturacior. Filamenta 6, filiformia, compressa, alba, supern profunde cerulea, petalis duplo brevura. Antheri majusculi aeruginosa. Germen pallidum, subrotundum, 6 sulcatum, sulcis alternus profundi oribus. Stylus anthera suprans, decumbens, basi albus, supern azurius. Stigma obsoletissimum. Reference to the plate. 1. The flowers spread open, with one chive magnified. 2. The pointal and seed bud, the summit magnified. This nondescript and beautiful species of the genus Scilla, is allied to Scilla praecox of Wildenau, but appears to differ in too many particulars, to admit of their being united. It is a native of Siberia, increases slowly by the root, but sometimes ripens seeds in this country. It commences flowering in the beginning of February, before the common Scilla bifolia, but continues in beauty long after that plant is past, and although perfectly hardy, its flowers are liable to be injured by strong frosts, unless occasionally protected. It thrives well in a light soil, and warm situation, but, like all dwarf plants, appears to most advantage in a pot, and indeed, succeeds best with the treatment usually given to alpine plants Pg11 Pg12 plate uclexy. Geranium barbatum. Various undulatum. Bearded leaf geranium. Various waved petaled. Class 16. Order 4. Monadelphia decandria. Threads united. 10 chives. Essential generic character. Monogyna. Stigmata quinqua. Fructus rostratus, Pentacoccus. 1 pointal. 5 summits. Fruit furnished with long awns, 5 dry berries, specific character, and C. geranium. Folius pinnatis, incisurus pinarum aristatus barbatusque, petalis omnibus flavicantibus, rubronotatus undulatusque. Geranium. With winged leaves, the segments aristate and bearded, all the petals yellowish, marked with red, and undulated. Descriptio. Pinnifoliorum inequaliter incisi, incisurus acuminates, barbatusque. Scapus ramosus. Flores umbellati. Petala omnia linearia, obtusa, elongata, recurvata, vald undulata, flavicantia. Basifer ad medium latissime rubra. Stamina fertilia quinqua. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement. 2. The chives and pointal. 3. The same magnified. 4. The pointal magnified. This plant was sent from the Cape to the collection of George Hibbert, ESQ at Clapham, where our drawing was taken in September, It is no more than a variety, although a very beautiful one, of the Geranium barbatum of this work, of which one variety has already been figured on plate 323. It is a greenhouse plant, and requires the same treatment as the other tuberous-rooted species PG13 PG14 plate Ucluxii. Anagalles grandiflora. Great flowered pimpernel. Class V order I Pentandria monogenea. 5 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Capsula 1 locularis, circumcissa. Corolla rotata. Stamina hirsuta. Stigma capitatum. Capsule 1 cellid, cut round. Corolla wheel-shaped. Chives hairy. Summit headed. Specific character, and C. anagalles, folias ternatis cordato ovades acuminates. Anagalles, with leaves in threes heart egg-shaped acuminated. Descriptio. Radix annua. Rami elongati, effusi, procumbens, angulati, supern simplicis. Folia ternatum verticillata, remota, elliptica, acuminata, amplexicalia, utrincae 3-5 lineata. Pedunculi ternatum verticillati, axillaries, filiforms, primo patuli, dimum sepi recurvi, folias duplo longores. Calyx 4 rarius 5 filis, folioles lanceolates, acuminates, carinates, marginibus membranaces. Corolla 5 rarius 4 petala, petalis basi confluentibus, patulus, orbiculates, coccinais, basi intus nigris. Filamenta 5 hirsuta, atropurpuracentia, petalis multibrevura. Germen pallidum. Stylus pergracilis purpureus antheras luteus suprans. Stigma simplex, capitulatum, viride. Reference to the plate. 1. A peduncle and calyx. 2. The corolla spread open. 3. The seed bud and pointal, and summit magnified. This new and elegant species of anagalles, the largest and most showy of that genus hitherto discovered, was introduced into England, we believe, in the last year, but by whom, or from what country, we have not yet satisfactorily ascertained. It is reported to be of African origin, and to have come to England from the Paris garden. Our figure was made from a plant trained up near 3 feet high, in Lady de Clifford's collection at Paddington, where it is treated as a greenhouse plant. We have not yet seen it produce good seeds, although apparently an annual plant, but it is easily increased by cuttings in the usual way. In everything except size, and in having more entire petals, it very much resembles Anagalles arvensis, a plant truly remarkable for being the only one indigenous to Britain, the poppies excepted, with scarlet flowers PG15 PG16 plate Ucluxiae. Melantheum masoniifolium. Masonia-leaved melantheum. Class 6. Order I Hexandria triginea. 6 chives. 3 pointals. Essential generic character. Calyx 0. Corolla in furrow, 6 petala, petalis staminiferous. No calyx. Corolla beneath, 6-petaled, with the petals staminiferous. Specific character, and C. melantheum, folias subrotundus prostratus sulcato striatus, floribus spicatis. Melantheum, with roundish prostrate sulcato striated leaves, and spiked flowers. Descriptio. Folia duohumi apprsa, subrotunda, viridea, acumen obsoleto recurvato, striasc sulcatus parallela circ adhere 12, subtus glaber pallidira. Florus in spica perbracteata ut in eucumide. Scapus clavitus teres. Bracteae ovito acuminati, magni, superiors paulo minors. Flora sessiles, Bractees multotes breviaries, virides. Corolla hexapetaloidea, vix aperta, petalis sublanceolates, obtuses, erectes, apicem versus incurvus. Filamenta brevissima, compressa, collocoralli imposita, basi confluentia. Antheri erecti obsoleti. German alato triangulare, desinens in stylos 3 obsoletissimos, subulatos, et fir adnatos. Reference to the plate. 1. A floral leaf. 2. The corolla cut open. 3. A back view of the same. 4. The seed bud and obsolete styles. This singular plant appears to us to be a new, but somewhat anomalous species of the genus Melanthium, which, as it at present stands, unquestionably contains several genera. It is a native of the Cape, and a greenhouse plant, and prior to flowering possesses altogether the appearance of a Masonia, and thrives very well with the treatment of one. Our drawing of it was taken from fine plants in the Hibertian collection in the month of March pg 17 pg 18 plate Uckelzix. Eucumis purpureocaulis. Purple-stalked Eucumis. Class 6. Order Ihexandria monogenea. 6 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Corolla in furrow, 6 partita, persistens. Filamenta nectario adnata. Corolla beneath, 6 parted, persistent. Chives conjoined to the base of the corolla, forming a nectary. Specific character. Eucumis, scapoclavito, folius multifarius expansus orbiculato spatulates. Eucumis, with a clavated scape, leaves pointing many ways expanded orbicular spatula shaped. Descriptio. Radix ut in affinibus. Folia 5 to 7, multifaria, expansa, dimum prostrata, orbiculato spatulata, vel subinda multu angustiora, viridia, obsolete sulcato lineata et lucida, marginibus minute cartilaginis, glabriuscules, subtus pallidura, lucidiora, magisc sulcata. Scapus claviformis, perbrevis, crassus, atropurpureus, intraflores vald contractus, virides, purpureoque punctatus. Flora spicati, conferti, sessiles, sepi ascendens, unibracteati. Bracteae imiobcuneati, subrecurvi, submembranacei, etc. purpurescens, sensum minors, summi longores, lineari lanceolati, purpureo marginati, steriles, in coronum foliolarum perelegantum super flores collecti. Corolla hexapetaloidea, petalis subequalibus, lineari oblonges, vix attenuates, viridibus. Filamenta 6, basi petalorum vald conata, subulata, compressa, supern incurvita. Antheri flave sens, post fluorescentium fusci, penduli, ad apices petalorum vix adding ents. German sulcato triangulare. Stylus flexuoso ascendens, teres, vix subulatus, filamentus multibreviar. Stigma nullum sub inconspicuum. Reference to the plate. 1. One of the lower floral leaves. 2. The corolla cut open. 3. The seed bud and pointal. We find no account of this fine plant in any publication we have consulted. It is closely allied to Eucumis regia, but differs sufficiently from that species in the shape of its leaves, and the smoothness of their margins. It is a greenhouse plant, and was lately introduced from the Cape by G. Hibbert, ESQ, from a plant in whose collection our drawing was taken in the month of March pg 19 pg 20 plate CCCLXX. Polygala teretifolia. Cylindric-leaved milkwort. Class 17. Order 3. Diadelphia octandria. 2 brotherhoods. 8 chives. Essential generic character. Calyx 5 Phyllis, Folioles duobus alaformibus, coloratus. Legumen obcordatum, biloculare. Cup 5 leaved, with 2 of the leaves like wings, colored. Pod inverse heart-shaped, toothed cellid. Specific character. Polygala, Floribus cristatus, Racemes terminalibus pauciflorus, Alis calicinis ovadis acutiuscules multinareis, call fruticoso, folius lineari subulates. Wild. SPPL 882. Polygala, with cristate flowers, racemes terminal few-flowered, calyx wings ovate acutish many-nerved, shrubby stem and linear awl-shaped leaves. Descriptio. Ramuli filiforms, patuli, cane sense. Folia sparsa, Sepi conferta, recurva, et falcata, linearia, obtusa, marginibus revolutus, ut in erica, supracanescentia, subtuscana. Racemi 2 to 5 flori. Pedunculi pubescens. Reference to the plate. 1. A leaf. 2. The undersurface of the same magnified. 3. The exterior part of the cup. 4.1 Of the wing-like leaves of the cup, outside. 5. The same inside. 6. The chives, keel, and banner spread open. 7. The keel and its crest detached. 8. The same magnified. 9. The chives and banner. 10. The same magnified. 11. The seed bud and pointle. 12. The same magnified. Our plate represents the true species of Polygala, which we promised in our account of P. stipulacea. It is a greenhouse shrub, and rather delicate, yet may, with care, be propagated by cuttings, but is at present very scarce in this country. Its native country is the Cape. Our drawing was taken from a plant in the Clapham collection in the summer of 1803 pg21 pg22 plate Ucklesey. Polygala alapicuroides. Foxtail milkwort. Class 17. Order 3. Diadelphia octandria. 2 brotherhoods. 8 chives. Essential generic character. Calyx 5 Phyllis, Folioles duobus alaformibus, coloratus. Legumen obcordatum, biloculare. Cup 5 leaved, with 2 of the leaves like wings, colored. Pod inverse heart-shaped, toothed cellid. Specific character, and C. polygala, Floribus imberbibus, Peduncules solitaris axillaribus, Folius fasciculates ovadis mucrinates margin ciliatis. Wild. SPPL 890. P. floribus imberbibus lateralibus, Folius fasciculates lanceolates mucrinates villosus. Thunb. Prod. 121 Polygala, with flowers beardless, peduncles solitary axillary, leaves fascicled egg-shaped mucrinated and ciliated on the margin. P. with flowers beardless lateral, leaves fasciculated lance-shaped mucrinated and villose. Descriptio. Suffrutex elegans, Ramules hirtus. Folia vald conferta, fasciculata, pone medium recurva, 5 to 6 in singulo fasciculo, infimo majori, latior, stipuliform, omnia lineari lanceolata, mucrinata, hirta, ad margins vald ciliata. Flores axillaries, sessiles, solitarii, minuti, purpurascens, cerulati. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement magnified. 2. The keel magnified. 3.1 Of the wings magnified. 4. The chives and pointle magnified. 5. The pointle detached and magnified. This is the Polygala of the Hysteria family, which we last month engaged to lay before our readers. They will now have an opportunity, from our copious dissections of the flowers, of judging of the great and numerous generical differences which exist between a genuine Polygala and the discarded genus Hysteria. All the Hysteriae we have yet had an opportunity of examining are heptandrous, all the true Polygalli octandrous, but these are the least of their distinctions. The foxtail milkwort is a very elegant shrub of the greenhouse kind, and is often in flower. It was recently raised from Cape seeds in the Clapham collection, and is at present, we believe, in no other, thrives well in a mixture of bog earth and loam, and is capable of propagation by cuttings Pg23 Pg24 plate Ucklesii. Mimosa purpurea. Soldier bush mimosa. Class XXIII. Order Ipolygamia monoeciea. Various dispositions. Upon one plant. Essential generic character. Hermaph. Calyx 5 dentatus. Cor 5 fida. Stem. 5 scu pleura. Pist. 1 legumen. Mascle. Calyx 5 dentatus, Cor 5 fida. Stem. 5-10, pleura. Hermaph. Cup 5 toothed. Blos. 5 cleft. Chives 5 or more. Pointal 1. Apod. Male. Cup 5 toothed. Blos. 5 cleft. Chives, 5, 10, or more. Specific character, and C. mimosa, inermis, folius conjugatus pinnatis, folioles intimis minoribus. Linn. SPPL ed. 3p 1500. M. folius tergeminis. Plum. ICT 10. F2. Mimosa, unarmed, with leaves conjugate pinnate, and the inner leaflets smaller. M with leaves 3 times twinned. Reference to the plate. 1. A single flower. 2. The cup. 3. The blossom. 4. The seed bud and pointal. The Mimosa purpurea is a native of the West Indies, and is there known by the expressive appellation of soldier bush, from the plants being sometimes almost covered with their bright red-purple flowers, in which state it is said they are visible, and even cognizable, on the sides of hills, at the distance of a mile. The soldier bush in this country must be treated as a tender hothouse shrub, and kept constantly in the tan bed, planted in rich earth. It is a plant of handsome growth and foliage, but its charming flowers are so very rare, that we do not recollect seeing any of them except those which are here represented, from a plant which flowered in March last, in the collection of Mrs. Wright at Bayswater. It is propagated by cuttings in the usual way Pg25 Pg26 plate Ucklesii. Paeonia subfruticosa. Shrubby peony. Class 13. Order V. Polyandria pentagoniae. Many chives. 5 pointals. Essential generic character. Calyx 5 phyllis. Petala 5. Styli 0. Capsuli polyspermy. Cup 5 leaved. Petals 5. Pointal none. Capsules many seeded. Specific character, and C. Paeonia, folioles subtis glossus et villosus, capsules ceraces, call subfruticoso. Peony, with leaflets glaucous and villose beneath, capsules silky, and shrubby stem. Paeonia officinalis. Thun. F.L. Jap. 230 Laurier. F.L. Cochin. 1343. Descriptio. Suffrutex 3 petalis et ultra, ramosus. Rami erectiusculi, cordis subfusco, ramules erectis laevibus, apicem versus viridibus, pollici pubescentibus. Folia alterna, bipinnata, petalia et ultra, horizontalia, superior ascendentia, petioles amplexicaulibus, canaliculates, Vilis purposa sepi instructis, canalicula, petiolarum semper latissime rosea, pinni 2 to 4, petiolati, pinnuli CP3, sessiles, infimi oppositi, tertia terminalis, omnes basi oblique cuneati, supern irregularitir inciso dentati, supervirides, venosi, nudae, subtasculaci, nervosi, villasi. Flora speciosissimi ut in affinibus, sed in nostris exemplaribus Plini, rose. Capsuli seriso pubescens. The Paeonia fruticosa is perhaps the most showy and desirable species, in this short but magnificent genus of plants. To the striking peculiarity of a shrubby stem, it unites the advantages of superior size, a profusion of very large flowers, and a facility of culture which ensures an annual succession of them. No wonder, therefore, that it is assiduously sought after by all who admire the beauties of flora. The shrubby peony was introduced into Britain in the year 1794, from China, where, as well as in Japan, many varieties of it are said to be common in almost every garden. We conceive it to be extremely distinct as a species, from the P. officinalis of all authors except Thunberg and Lerero, yet Professor Willdenow has not enumerated it in his edition of Species Plantarum. Although introduced so long since, it is still rare, and must be treated as a very hardy greenhouse plant. Indeed, it succeeds best when planted in the earth and protected by a glass case, is propagated by slipping the roots, and by cuttings. All the plants hitherto received from China have double flowers, and among them there are two varieties, the rosy one here figured, from the Clapham collection, and another with purplish petals, the bases of which are of a still deeper color. Flowers in April, making a very fine appearance, but is nearly scentless. pg 27 pg 28 plate Uckelsiv. Xeranthemum proliferum. Proliferous eternal flower. Class 19. Order 2. Syngenesia polygamia superflua. Tips united. Superfluous pointals. Essential generic character. Receptaculum paleaceum, aut nudum. Pupusita sers. Calyx imbricatus, radiatus, radiocolorado. Receptacle chaffy, or naked. Feather bristly. Impalement tiled, rayed, the ray-colored. Specific character, and C. xeranthemum, call fruticoso prolifero, floribus sessilibus, foliis granulato subrotundus imbricatus obsoletes. Xeranthemum, with a shrubby proliferous stem, sessile flowers, leaves grain-shaped roundish tiled and obsolete. Xeranthemum proliferum. Mant. PL 467 gml. SYSTNAT2. 1218 Descriptio. Frutex erectus, proliferus, triptalis et ultra. Rami teretes, lana densa, nivea undic vestitae, et ramules numericissimis, incipientibus, brevissimis, cp quasi reflexo imbricatus, instructi. Flora solitariae magna, squames calicinis lanceolates, latissimi et profundissime rubicundis, basin versus valdlinates, superioribus sensum majoribus. Reference to the plate. 1. An hermaphrodite floret magnified. 2. The chives, pointal and seed bud magnified. 3.1 Of the scales of the impalement. 4. The receptacle. Few genera of plants attract attention so universally and deservedly, as those of the genus Xeranthemum. All the species it contains are at once the favorites of the botanist, the gardener, and the florist. The former, with pleasing satisfaction, contemplates their polished beauties still undiminished in his herbarium, while the latter find them, if sufficiently guarded from humidity, of easy management and ready growth. They bloom annually, and their durable and highly finished impalements are gathered and used in decorating many a mantelpiece, long, very long after they have ceased to live, whence the name of eternal flower. Many species of Gnaphalium possess a similar durability, and we have seen dried bouquets of both united, which were extremely beautiful. The proliferous eternal flower is shrubby, commences flowering in May, lasts a long time in bloom, and in point of singularity and showiness yields to few of its congeners. It is a Cape plant, succeeds with the treatment of several species figured before by us, and is propagated by cuttings, was introduced some years since. Our figure was made from the Clapham collection PG29 PG30 plate CCCLXXV. Xeranthemum bracteatum. Waved-leaved eternal flower. Class 19. Order 2. Syngenacea polygamia superflua. Tips united. Superfluous pointals. Essential generic character. Receptaculum paleaceum, aut nudum. Pupusita sers. Calyx imbricatus, radiatus, radiocolorato. Receptacle chaffy, or naked. Feather bristly. Impalement tiled, rayed, the ray-colored. Specific character, and C. Xeranthemum, folius alternus amplexicauliubus longo lanceolates undulates, caulibusque erectis pubescentibus, receptacules nudis, radis annua. Xeranthemum, with alternate stem clasping long spear-shaped waved pubescent leaves, pubescent erect stems, naked receptacles, and annual root. Xeranthemum bracteatum. Vent. Jarred. De la Malmaison, tab. 2. Reference to the plate. 1. A hermaphrodite floret magnified. 2. The chives, pointal and seed bud magnified. 3. The pointal and seed bud of a female floret magnified. 4. The receptacle Xeranthemum bracteatum has the appearance of proving as hardy and annual as a China aster or French marigold, and if so, will prove a considerable acquisition to our open borders, as it ripens its seeds well, and they vegetate readily. In being annual, it recedes in its nature from all the species of the genus we are acquainted with, except X. annuum of Linnaeus, which, however, we think, with Jussuru, of a perfectly distinct genus, on account of its squamous receptacle, and its variety, in apertum, a distinct species, the structure of the receptacle in the extensive class Syngenacea being of great consequence in the formation and distribution of genera. The seedlings of the waved-leaved eternal flower are best raised early, like China asters, on a gentle hotbed, and, when large enough, should be transplanted out in showery weather, where they are intended to remain. They will become erect and bushy, attain the height of 3 feet or upwards, and produce their polished, golden-colored flowers in autumn, in profusion. Possessing no recent specimens in bloom, we have omitted a technical description. Our drawing was made last summer, from fine living plants at Mr. Colville's, nurseryman, in the King's Road, who raised it in the year 1799, from Port Jackson seeds sent him by Colonel Patterson PG31 PG32 plate Ucklesksy. Neotia minor. The lesser Neotia. Class XX. Order Igenandria diandria. Chives on the pointal. 2 chives. Essential generic character. Spathivagi. Spadix simplex. Corolla petala 5 equalia erecta. Nectarium monophyllum indivisum acuminatum. Sheath scattered. Fruit stalk simple. Corolla 5 petals of equal length erect. Nectary 1-leafed undivided sharp-pointed. Specific character, and C. Neotia, folius ellipticis acuminates quintuplinare. Neotia, with elliptic sharp-pointed leaves, with 5 nerves meeting above the base. Neotia minor, Folius planis, Spathes virescentibus. JAC. IC3. 16T601 Satyrium elatum. GML. SYSTNAT2. 56 Serapias neotia. GML. SYSTNAT2. 59 Munant Dryandro, in Lin. TR2. 215 Descriptio. Folia elliptica, acuminata, quintuplinervia, nervo medio subta ceteris multu majori, viridia, infrapallidira. Callus tereti compressus, pubis sens 1-3 petalis, folius alternus spathaces, remotus, instructus. Flora siccos exceptos non possidio. H. Reference to the plate. 1. A blossom, seed bud, and sheath. 2. The same magnified without the sheath, the cover of the tips elevated. 3. A flower without the honey cup. 4. The chives and pointle as they appear detached. 5. The pointle magnified what the Neotia minor wants in splendor and beauty, is counterbalanced by the interesting structure of its flowers, which however is not peculiar to it, but frequent in the fine order to which it belongs, the Orchidae. Until Jacquin established it as a distinct genus, it was considered as a species of, and retained a place in the genus Serapias, as well as the more showy N. speciosa of our third plate. The lesser Neotia is a native of the West Indies, is a very tender hothouse plant, but grows freely in rich earth, either in or out of the tan bed, rises to the height of about 3 feet, and flowers in the month of March, is propagated by parting its roots, and although at present rare, was introduced to us before N. speciosa, in the year 1790, by Mr. John Fairbairn, gardener to the Worshipful Company of Apothecaries at Chelsea. Our drawing was taken at Lady de Clifford's collection at Paddington PG 33 PG 34 plate Ucklesxii. Allium cami mole. The dwarf mole. Class 6. Order Ihexandria monogenea. 6 chives. 1 pointle. Essential generic character. Corolla 6 partita, patens. Spatha multiflora. Umbelicong esta. Capsula supera. Corolla 6 parted, expanding. Sheath many flowered. Umbel crowded. Capsule above. Specific character, and C. allium, scapo nudo subnullo, capsules cernuus, folius planis ciliatis. Allium, with a naked very short stalk, drooping capsules, and flat ciliated leaves. Allium cami mole. Wild. SPPL2. 83 Cavan. IC3. P4. T207. F1. Descriptio. Radix bulbus parvulus. Folia circ adhere 4, Cruciatum distica, expansa, line aria, subulata, basin versus parum canaliculata, et subcarinata, hirta, praecipiu ad margins, undaciliata. Flores umbellati subsessiles. Scapus brevissimus, recondite, nudus. Spatha monophylla 3-8 flora, membranacea, 3 cuspidata. Pedunculi per breves, terete, supern incrassati, post fluorescentium cernui. Petala 6, lanceolato linearia, obtusa, alba, costa utrinque vires sente. Filamenta 6, tenuissima, alba, petalis duplo brevura. Antheri lutii. Germen superum, turbinatum, 6 sulcatum supern umbilicatum. Stylus albus longitudine filament orum, sed robustier, apis furcatus. Stigmata nulla. Reference to the plate. 1. The sheath. 2. A flower spread open, magnified. 3. The seed bud and pointle. 4. The same magnified. Although now an old inhabitant of the British Gardens, Allium camimoli has ever been considered as a rare and interesting one, and is at present extremely scarce. It has several times been entirely lost to us, and again introduced from the south of Europe, where it occurs spontaneously. In the Hortus cuensis of Mr. Aiton, it is marked as a hardy species, perhaps inadvertently, because we never knew it survive a single winter in the open ground near London, notwithstanding our having repeatedly tried it, in situations by no means unfavorable, hence, possibly, its present rarity. It is properly a hardy greenhouse plant, requires a light soil, and the treatment of annexia, increases both by offsets from the root, and by seeds, and flowers annually in the months of January and February. The leaves die down in April or May. In the structure of the flowers, but not the spathe, it agrees with Allium gracile of this work, which is not the gracile of the Hortus cuensis. The genus Allium is an extensive one, but the present is the least species in it, and possesses the shortest stalk. Cavanillus describes and figures the style as subulate and entire, but in our plant that part is forked, and the spathe in his plant differs much from ours. Pg 35 Pg 36 Plate Ucklesxiath. Geranium fucifolium. Cloven-leaved geranium. Class 16. Order 4. Monadelphia decandria. Threads united. 10 chives. Essential generic character. Monogyna. Stigmata quinqua. Fructus rostratus, Pentacoccus. 1 pointle. 5 summits. Fruit furnished with long awns, 5 dry berries. Specific character, and C. geranium, Radis tuberosa, Pinules foliorum inequaliter physis, Scapes radicalibus simplicibus num rossis. Geranium, with a tuberous root, the little wings of the leaves unequally cloven, and flower stalks radical simple and numerous. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement. 2. The chives spread open. 3. The pointle and seed bud. 4. The same magnified. This charming species of the tuberous-rooted family of geranium adds one more to the considerable number in that branch of the genus, which we have already had the satisfaction of laying before our subscribers, nor is it the last we hope to have it in our power to treat them with, for we still possess drawings of 2 or 3 more. As a species, it is extremely distinct, and as a beauty, rivaled by very few of its affinities we are acquainted with. It does not appear to have been noticed by any author within our knowledge, flowers at the same time as Geranium barbatum, requires the same treatment, and belongs to L. Hirtius genus Erodium. Our drawing was taken from the Clapham collection some time since, but we cannot at present procure any specimen of it, which prevents us from describing it in a technical manner. Pg 37 Pg 38 Plate Uccle 6. Rhododendron ponticum, var. Deciduum. Deciduous purple rhododendron. Class X. Order I. Decandria monogynia. 10 chives. 1 pointle. Essential generic character. Calyx 5 pertitus. Corolla rotato infundibuliformis. Stamina declinata. Capsula 5 locularis. Impalement of 5 divisions. Blossom wheel funnel shaped. Chives declined. Capsule 5 cellid. Specific character, and C. rhododendron, Folius lanceolates deciduis, Lacinius coralli vald undulates. Rhododendron, with lance deciduous leaves, and segments of the corolla very much waved. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement and peduncle. 2. The same, with the chives and pointle. 3. A chive detached, the tip magnified. 4. The seed bud and pointle. The figure which accompanies this description represents a beautiful plant, which is probably an hybrid one, generated between some azalea and the Pontic rhododendron. It is reported to have been raised some time since in the nursery at Mile End, from seeds which were grown in this country. In appearance, and in the structure of the leaves, it resembles its supposed mother the Rhododendron ponticum, but in their deciduous nature, and in some parts of the inflorescence, and likewise in other particulars, it betrays a considerable similitude to the American azalea. The Pontic rhododendron is a very sportive species, varies much in the formation and color of its corolla, and we cultivate a strong variety of it with the flowers of our maximum. The present variety has not any of its undulated flowers spotted with yellow, no more than that which is figured by Pallas in Flora Rossica, yet the spotting of the three superior segments of the corolla is pretty constant in most of the varieties which we have examined, and is even present, although faintly, in our maximum. Our figure was taken at Whitley and Brams's in the month of May pg 39 pg 40 plate CCCLXXX. Achyranthes porogens. Divaricating achyranthes. Class V order Ipentandria monogenea. 5 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Flores incompleti, inferi. Calyx 5 phyllis. Corolla 0. Stigma 2 fidem. Semina solitaria. Flowers incomplete, beneath. Impalement 5-leaved. Corolla none. Summit 2 cleft. Seeds solitary. Specific character, and C. achyranthes, Folius oppositus, Lanceolates, Spicis ovades, acutus. Jacques. Hortsker and 3. 349 t 350. Achyranthes, with leaves opposite, spear-shaped, and egg-shaped sharp-pointed spikes. Descriptio. Suffrutex ramules distantibus, filiformibus, canescentibus. Folia opposita, elliptico-ovida, brevitor petiolata, obsolete venosa, superpallid viridia lente pubescentia, subtus pallidura magisque pubescentia. Flores dichotomy paniculati, divaricati, capitulas ovalibus, persistentibus, anti-et post exsicationum laet purpurae pulcellisque, ut in gomphrena perenni. Reference to the plate. 1. A flower complete. 2. The impalement magnified. 3. The blossom magnified. 4. The same cut open. 5. The seed bud and pointal Achyranthes porigens was introduced into this country from Paris, in the year 1802, by Mr. Woodford of Vauxhall, but its native country we have not ascertained. Our figure was taken from a fine plant in the collection of J. Vere, Esq. at Kensington Gore, where it is considered and treated as a hothouse plant of the more hardy kind, and rises to the height of 2 or 3 feet. Thrives well in rich earth, and flowers freely in spring, making an elegant but not showy appearance. Its flowers resemble those of Gomphrena perennis, and like them preserve their colors after death, if gathered before they are fully blown, and are capable of becoming both a novel and a graceful addition to our dried bouquets. Is propagated by cuttings, and promises fair to ripen seeds, but is at present extremely rare. pg 41 pg 42 plate Uckelskse. Sarracenia flava. Yellow side saddle flower. Class 13. Order Polyandria monogenea. Many chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Capsula 5 locularis. Stigma clipiatum. Calyx exterior 3 phyllis, superior 5 phyllis. Capsule 5 cellid. Stigma shield shaped. Calyx outer 3-leaved, upper 5-leaved. Specific character, and C. Sarracenia, Folius erectis tubulates, valva collocontractacta, apis plana erecta. Sarracenia, with erect leaves, the valve contracted in the neck, with its point flat and erect. Sarracenia flava, Walt. F. L. Carroll. 153 Aethone Hort Q. 2225 Wild. SPPL Tom. 2 1150. Reference to the plate. 1. A back view of the flower. 2. A flower deprived of its superior calyx leaves, showing the situation and structure of the stamina and style. Few of the productions of flora exhibit such extraordinary appearances as those of the small but interesting genus Sarracenia, whether we contemplate their tubulose, water-holding, lidded leaves, or the strange conformation of their flowers, but more especially their enormous shield-shaped stigmata. Walter enumerates 4 species of Sarracenia in his Flora Caroliniana, all perennial-rooted, and all at this time existing in the London gardens, but they are rare. The side-saddle flowers are rather difficult of cultivation, and succeed best when treated as greenhouse bog plants, and when plentifully supplied with water. They are propagated by dividing their roots in spring. The specimen from which our figure was taken, was obligingly sent us by the Honourable Mr. Irby of Farnham Royal, Bucks PG 43 PG 44 Plate Ucklesxi. Liparia villosa. Concave-leaved Liparia. Class 17. Order 3. Diadelphia decandria. 2 brotherhoods. 10 chives. Essential generic character. Calycis lacinia infima elongata. Ale inferius bilobi. The lower segment of the impalement elongated. The wings 2-lobed on the lower margin. Specific character, and C. Liparia, Floribus fasciculates, Folias subrotunda conc avis, extus tomentoses, intus villosus nudisc. Liparia, with fasciculated flowers, leaves roundish concave, downy outwardly, and villose or naked within. Liparia villosa alpha Wild. SPPL 3. 1117 Exclusus synonymo Thunbergii, quod ad varietatem beta potius pertinet. Liparia vestita, Floribus capitatis, Folias ovatis conc avis subtis lanates. Thunb. Prod. 124 Et Entium Wild. SPPL 3. 1115 Genista africana tomentosa, Folio cochleariformi, Flor luteo. Sabathes 1. P 38. Tab. 24 F1. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement. 2. The banner. 3.1 of the wings. 4. The keel. 5. The chives and pointle. 6. The seed bud. The Liparia villosa is a native of the Cape of Good Hope, and rises with a shrubby, but not much branched stem, to the height of 2 or 3 feet. The silvery wool which clothes the younger branches and leaves of the plant, gives it a very handsome appearance, yet by age it sometimes acquires a somewhat rusty tint. The leaves are nearly round, and assume, particularly when dried, a deep concave form, and very much resemble in shape, small bivalve shells, a circumstance noticed long since by the great naturalist Saba, as will appear on consulting the synonyms above given. The variety beta of Wildenau has much narrower, and not concave leaves, and is a very distinct species. The concave-leaved Liparia is propagated, but not readily, by cuttings, prefers the treatment of a greenhouse plant, a light, but good soil, and, like most woolly plants, is very liable to be destroyed by damps. Our figure was taken in May last at George Hibbert's, ESQ PG 45 PG 46 Plate Ucklesxeath. Pittosporum undulatum. Waved-leaved Pittosporum. Class V Order Ipentandria monogenea. 5 chives. 1 pointle. Essential generic character. Capsula 2-5 locularis, 5 valvus. Seminatecta pulpa. Petala conniventia in tubum. Capsule 2-5 cellid, 5 valved. Seeds covered with pulp. Petals converging into a tube. Specific character, and C. Pitosporum, folius lanceolates undulates acutus. Pitosporum, with lance-shaped, waved sharp-pointed leaves. Descriptio. Frutex erectus, ramosus. Ramuli fussi, cicatricibus foliorum asperi. Folia brevitor petiolata, lanceolata, vel elliptico lanceolata, acuta, undulata, rigida, lucida, viridia, et reticulatum venosa, subtus pallidura. Flores terminals, racemosi, albicontes, peduncules inequalibus, rufescentibus, obsolete bracteatus. Calyx 5 fidus, decidus, lacinius acutus, recurvus. Corolla, petala 5, lineari lanceolata, obtusa, revoluta, infern in tubum conniventia. Stamina, filamenta 5, receptaculo incerta, stricta, subulata, subcompressa, altitudine styli, antheri erecti, lutea. Stylus albidus, petalis brevure. Stigma obtusum. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement. 2.1 of the petals. 3. The chives and pointal, with one tip magnified. 4. The pointal and seed bud magnified. The Pitosporum undulatum is a new plant, introduced into this country in the year 1793 from New Holland, where it is a native. It rises with a shrubby stem, which is branched above, to the height of several feet. Its branches are adorned with a fine undulated foliage that is rigid to the touch, and are terminated, in the month of May, with bunches of whitish flowers. Is as yet a very rare species, and is raised from imported seeds, and likewise by cuttings. Requires, and thrives well with, the common treatment of a greenhouse or conservatory plant, and deserves a place in every extensive collection. Our drawing was made from a specimen in the nursery of Messrs. Colville, in the King's Road PG 47 PG 48 Plate Ucklesxiv. Xeranthemum variegatum. Variegated eternal flower. Class 19. Order 2. Syngenacea polygamia superflua. Tips united. Superfluous pointals. Essential generic character. Receptaculum paleaceum, aut nudum. Pupuscida sers. Calyx imbricatus, radiatus, radiocolorado. Receptacle chaffy, or naked. Feather bristly. Impalement tiled, rayed, the ray-colored. Specific character, and C. Xeranthemum, floribus solitaris nutantibus, squames calicinis obtusis maculates. Xeranthemum, with solitary nodding flowers, and the scales of the impalement obtuse and spotted. Xeranthemum variegatum. SYSTVEG 614 SYSTVEG Lichv. Ed. 2p 614 Reich. SYSTPL Pars 3. 766 Xeranthemum africanum Nophalii folius tomentosis, folius et squamorum summitatibus ferrugineus. Rei Sup 181. Reference to the plate. 1. An hermaphrodite floret magnified. 2. The chives, pointal, and seed bud magnified. 3.1 of the scales of the impalement. 4. The receptacle. The Xeranthemum variegatum is a small shrub, and seldom attains the height of 2 feet. It is a native of the Cape of Good Hope, and was lately introduced from that country to the collection of George Hibbert, Esq, where our drawing was taken in the month of May. It requires the same treatment as the other species of the genus, and is propagated in the same manner. The leaves are linear-lanced, embrace the stem alternately, and when old are often reflexed in an imbricated manner. They are clothed, as well as the stems, with wool, and resemble fine woolen cloth to the touch, and often have their edges and points of a purplish rusty color. The bracteate peduncles are from 1 to 3 in number, at the end of each branch. The young flowers are more highly colored than the old ones, which sometimes assume a nodding attitude. When aged they bleach almost white, except the points of the calycinous scales, which always retain a purplish blotch. Pg 49 Pg 50 plate CCCLXXXV. Campanula laciniata. Ragwort-leaved bell flower. Class V, order I, Pentandria monogenea. 5 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Corolla campanulata, fundo clauso valvus staminiferus. Stigma 3 phytum. Capsula in furrow, pores lateralibus dehiscens. Corolla bell-shaped with the mouth closed by staminiferous valves. Summit 3 cleft. Capsule beneath, gaping with lateral pores. Specific character, and C. campanula, capsules obtectis pedunculatus, folias serratis, radicalibus lyratus, collinus lanceolates. Bell flower, with pedunculated covered capsules, and serrated leaves, the root ones lyratid, the stem ones spear-shaped. Campanula laciniata. Wild. SPPL 1. 911 Campanula grica, saxatilis, Jacobea foliis. Turn. Voyage 1. 201 Cum icon coral. INSTREI herb. 3 Descriptio. Herba undic villosa. Radix biennis. Folia radicalia lyratopinatophytha, pinules incisus, collina alterna, sublanceolata, inciso serrata. Pedunculi bractees subovitus dentatis instructi. Flores numerosi cerulae. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement. 2. The blossom laid open. 3. The seed bud, chives and pointal. 4. A chive magnified. 5. The seed bud and pointal, the summit magnified. The Campanula laciniata, although introduced into the British gardens so long since as the year 1790, is still a very scarce species. This is not owing to a want of beauty, but to its having a biennial root, and not perfecting its seeds well, except in favorable situations. It was originally discovered by the celebrated French traveler and botanist Tournefort, about a century since, on a remarkable rock in the island of Sakino in Greece, where he appears to have been highly delighted with its beauty and appearance, and says it is the fairest campanula in all Greece. However applicable this encomium may have been in those days, it ceases to be so now, for, without detracting from the fairness and beauty of the present plant, we have in cultivation another Grecian campanula, still more fair and beautiful, and much more rare, which we hope soon to have the pleasure of presenting to our subscribers. The ragwort-leaved campanula is usually treated as an alpine plant, and wintered in a frame. It is increased by seeds, and is impatient of superfluous moisture. B. Tournefort's Voyage, Volume I, page 201, pg 51, pg 52, plate Ucklesxi. Anthericum puginiform. Dagger-leaved Anthericum. Class 6. Order I, Hexandria monogenea. 6 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Calyx patens aut connivans. Stamina filamentus filiformibus hirsutis. Stigma 1. Semina angulata. Just. General PL 52. Impalement expanding or converging. Chives thread-shaped hairy. Summit 1. Seeds ungulated. Specific character, and C. Anthericum, Folius carnosus linearibus acuminates canaliculates, Scapofolius duplo longor. Anthericum, with fleshy linear acuminated channeled leaves, with a stalk twice their length. Anthericum puginiform. Wild. SPPL2. 144 Anthericum filamentus barbatis acol, Radis subrotunda perenni, Folius crassosubulates antisulcatus apis terretibus pulposus erectis. Jacques. IC rar. 2T 405. Petala sex, oblonga, obtusa, plana, patentissima, lutea, cum fascia longitudinally media utrinque viridi. Filamenta subulata patula, petalis brevura, flavescentia, circa medium omnia ex viridi flavo dense barbata. Antheri oblongi, flavi. Germen ovidum, superum. Stylus filiformis, erectus, longitudine staminum. Stigma obtusum. Jacques. Collect. Sup 83. Reference to the plate. 1. The seed bud, chives and pointal. 2. A chive magnified. 3. The seed bud and pointal a native of the Cape of Good Hope, from whence it was sent some time since to the collection of G. Hibbert, Esq. Clapham Common, where our figure was taken last autumn. It is rather more singular in its appearance, than beautiful, but is at present extremely rare, and deserves a place in all collections, prefers the treatment of a greenhouse succulent plant, and requires much air, but must be carefully defended from superfluous humidity, particularly when not in a state of active growth, and is best kept constantly in the house. Is propagated by parting its roots, but not very readily, and requires a light, dry soil Pg 53 Pg 54 plate Uckelskii. Xeranthemum rigidum. Rigid-leaved eternal flower. Class 19. Order 2. Syngenesia polygamia superflua. Tips united. Superfluous pointals. Essential generic character. Receptaculum paleaceum, aut nudum. Pupusita sers. Calyx imbricatus, radiatus, radiocolorato. Receptacle chaffy, or naked. Feather bristly. Impalement tiled, rayed, the ray-colored. Specific character, and C. Xeranthemum, Floribus parvus paniculates, Folius villosus lineari lanceolates acuminates viridibus. Xeranthemum, with small paniculated flowers, and hairy linear-lanced sharp-pointed green leaves. Descriptio. Suffrutex, Ramules terretibus, subflexuosus, villosus. Folia, superiora remotiora, alterna, amplexicalia, lineari lanceolata, acuminata, canaliculata, rigida, villosa, viridia, supernpatula. Flores paniculati, terminals, parvi in hoc genera, et inconspicui. Pedunculi lanuginoso villosi, bracteati. Calices argentae. Coralloli flavicantes. Reference to the plate. 1. A scale of the impalement. 2.1 of the hermaphrodite florets magnified. 3. The chives and pointal. 4. The receptacle. The plant here delineated is by no means a conspicuous one, nevertheless, as it is a genuine member of a favorite genus, and at the same time a new species, and almost the last of its fine family we shall be able to present to our readers, it cannot fail to be acceptable to them. The present species is a weak shrubby plant, flowers freely, and succeeds with the treatment of the other eternal flowers, and is propagated in the same manner, and was lately raised from Cape seeds at our never-failing source of rare plants, the choice collection of G. Hibbert, Esq. Where the figure here given was made in May last. It is very closely allied to X. argentum of our 327th plate, which is the ex paniculatum of Thunberg and the younger Linnaeus pg55 pg56 plate Ucklesxiath. Mesembryanthemum inclodens. Unclosing flowered fig marigold. Class 12. Order 4. Icosandria pentagoniae. 20 chives. 5 pointals. Essential generic character. Petal evolved numerosa, line aria, basi coherentia. Petals very numerous, linear, cohering at the base. Specific character, and C. Mesembryanthemum, folius triquetris laevibus perviridibus, carina gibosa, corales inclandentibus, petalis interioribus vald abbreviatus imbricatusc. Fig marigold, with triquetrous smooth deep green leaves, with a gibbous keel, unclosing flowers, and interior petals extremely abbreviated and imbricated. Descriptio. M. mutabili nobis affinis, said species vald distincta, differed in his, folius laevi oribus, et lunge viridi oribus, minusc mucronates, marginibus sepius plus minus purpurace, floribus speciosa semper aperdis, nec inconspicuous, noctique clauses, saturatissime et vivacissime rubicundis, petalis cuneato linearibus, laudis in hoc genera, apicibus erosus, interioribus, petalis, maxime abbreviatus, imbricatus quasi in stellum. Calyx subinceps, 5 fidus, membranes rubro punctatus. Filamenta recondita, brevissima omnium, vix line aria, alba, basi purpurea. Antheri albidi, circ itir longitudinem filament aurum. Styli 5, erecti, pergrossi, virides, altitudine antherarum. Capsulam non vitae. H. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement, seed bud, chives and pointals. 2. The same cut perpendicularly, to show the insertion of the chives and pointal. Our figure represents a perfectly new and nondescript, and at the same time very ornamental species of Mesembryanthemum. Each flower possesses the valuable property of lasting about 10 days in beauty, and never closes after being once expanded, a circumstance of exceeding rare occurrence in this very extensive genus, no fewer than 214 distinct species of which we have now a knowledge of. C. M. inclodens rises with a branched, shrubby stem, to the height of 10 or 12 inches, and is cultivated in the same manner, and propagated with the same facility, that is common and well known in this tribe. They are all very hardy greenhouse plants, require in winter as much air as possible, if frost is but avoided, strike freely from cuttings, are great lovers of hot, sunny, and sheltered situations, when out for the summer, and are better not watered over their heads, but at the roots only. The present species was raised from Cape seeds last season, in the collection of G. Hibbert, Esq. where our drawing was made in July. Mr. Ross, nurseryman at Stoke Newington, has also raised it from Cape seeds, and flowered it in July, and he likewise very fortunately flowered at the same time several fine specimens of M. rostratum, the fructifications of which have not been produced before in Europe, that we know of, although the plant has been common in the English gardens ever since the year 1732, and is one of the very few which Linnaeus thought proper to figure without flowers, in his celebrated Hortus Elthamensis. C. 211 are described in my Miscellanea Naturalia, lately published. HPG 57 PG 58 Plate Ucklesx. Damia erythroxylon. St. Helena Redwood. Class 16. Order 7. Monadelphia dodecandria. Threads united. 12 chives. Essential generic character. Calyx duplex, exterior 3 phyllis deciduous. Corolla 5 petala. Stamina 10 to 20, quorum 5 sterilia. Stylus 5 fidus. Capsulae 5, Coelatae uniloculares, 1. S. polyspermy. Impalement double, outer 3-leaved deciduous. Corolla 5-petaled. Chives 10 to 20, of which 5 are sterile. Style 5 cleft. Capsules 5, conjoined 1-celled, 1 or many seeded. Specific character, and C. Damia, folius ovates acuminates cordatis, subtus tomentoses reticulates, peduncules subtriflorus, floribus pentandrus. Damia, with ovate acuminated heart-shaped leaves, downy and reticulated beneath, peduncles about 3-flowered, and pentandrous flowers. Damia erythroxylon. Wild. SPPL3. 725 pentapetes erythroxylon, folius cordatis subcranates subtus tomentoses rugoso reticulates, floribus subumbellatus decandres. 8. Hort Q. 2438. Alcea arborea, populi nigrifolius, prona part albicantibus, flor amplissimo rubicundo. Plug. Mant. 6333. F1. Descriptio. Frutex dumasus, ramules, petioles terretibus, paginus inferioribus foliorum, peduncules calicibusque tomentus ocanus, et ferrugineo dens punctulatus. Folia alterna, petiolata, cordata, subintegra, supraperviridia, utricae venosa, subtus obsolete reticulata. Flores malvaceae, speciosi. Calyx duplex, exterior minutus, 3 phyllus, folioles subulates, sesquilinearibus, superior 5 phyllus, folioles lineari lanceolates, acuminates. Petala 5, alba, retuscuneata, venosa, basi uno latera, gibosa, imbricata. Stamina, filamenta 10, atra, patula, quorum 5 sterilia, ceteris duplo longora. Anthei erecti lutea. Stylus teres, albus, 5 fidus, anthera suprans. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement. 2.1 of the petals. 3. The chives and pointal. 4. The chives spread open. 5. The pointal and seed bud. The handsome plant here represented is a native of St. Helena, and is known by the name of St. Helena redwood. Although introduced into this country by Sir Joseph Banks in the year 1772, it is at this time one of our very rarest and most desirable of hothouse plants. Mr. Aiton enumerates it in the Hortus Cuensis, but marks no time for its flowering, which therefore, we must suppose, but seldom occurs. Our specimen was obligingly sent us by T. Evans, Esq. from his fine collection at Stepney in June 1803, and we last month saw it beautifully in bloom at the Honourable Charles Greville's, Paddington. In the colour of its flowers, and in other particulars, it appears to vary. Pluquinet calls them rubicund, ours were white, and in the extensive herbarium of A. B. Lambert, Esq. we have examined a St. Helena specimen with purple flowers, and less hoary but more reticulated leaves, which wanted the minute ferruginous spotting so abundant upon ours. It is propagated by cuttings in the usual way PG 59 PG 60 plate CCCXC. Amaryllis spectabilis. Waved-leaved amaryllis. Class 6. Order Ihexandria monogenea. 6 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Corolla hexapetaloidea irregularis. Filamenta fossi to be inserted declinata in equalia proportion vel direct ioni. Corolla 6-petal-like irregular. Chives inserted into the throat of the tube, bent downward, and unequal in proportion or direction. Specific character, and C. amaryllis, Spe the multiflora, Tubocoralli lacinius sesquilonjor, Folius lotosubulatis cerulatus scapolonjoribus. Amaryllis, with a many-flowered sheath, the tube of the corolla longer than its segments, the leaves broad all-shaped cerulated and longer than the stalk. Descriptio. Radix bulbus mediocris tunicatus, et rotundatus, pallidusc. Folia multifaria, lotosubulata, sesquipedalia, subcanaliculata, laevia, viridia, carina pallida, striusc parallelis ad locem utrinque entium pallides, basin versus undulata, et aliquo attenuata, margin cartilaginea, cerules minutissimis, expansus, albis, remotusc, aspero. Scapus folius duplo brevure, Rubens, grossus, obtus compersus, obsolete et irregular adhere sulcato striaculus, equali crassidi. Spe the diphylla, subquadriflora, valida, folioles lineatis, apicibus obtusissimis, et miniti marginates, intus albis, extus virentibus, tincture durarubdinus. Flora sessiles, hexapetaloidii, tubulaci, tubus curvatus, angulatus, sulcatus, 5 uncilis et ultra, at gracilis, lacinius sesquilonger. Petala late lanceolata, undulata, acuta, alba, vita purpurea. Filamenta alba, declinata, lacinius lunge brevura. Antheri versatiles, arcuati, magni, dimamatri. German sessile, compressium, viride. Stylus albus, supern purpureus, antheras suprans. Stigma minutum. Infragermina, filamenta perpaca, stameniformia, sepius adsent. Reference to the plate. 1. A petal with its chive attached. 2. The seed bud and pointle. The magnificent species of Amaryllis here represented is a native of Sierra Leone, and was introduced from thence to this country, by Professor Afzelius, several years ago, but has not yet been described by any author whose works have reached us, although it will unquestionably be inserted in the flora of that part of Africa, which the above-mentioned learned botanist is said to be preparing for publication. Although a very tender hothouse species, it flowers freely in the tan bed, in rich earth, but its elegant flowers, like those of Amaryllis ornata, which it also resembles in foliage, are of very short duration, and do not individually last in full beauty longer than a day, unless they are taken out of the hothouse as soon as expanded, and placed in some cool apartment, which indeed they well deserve. Our figure was taken from plants in very great perfection, at J. Veers, ESQ Kensington Gore, in the month of July pg 61 pg 62 plate Uxi. Nymphea lotus. The Egyptian lotus. Class 13. Order I Polyandria monogenea. Many chives. 1. Pointle. Essential generic character. Corolla polypetala. Calyx 4s5 Phyllis. Bacca multilocularis, loculis polyspermis. Blossom many-petaled. Impalement 4 or 5-leaved. Very many-celled, with many seeds in each cell. Specific character, and C. Nymphea, foliis cordatis dentatis glaberimis lobis approximatus, calis tetraphilo. Wild. SPPL2. 1153 Nymphea, with heart-shaped dentated very smooth leaves, with the lobes approximated, and a 4-leaved impalement. Reference to the plate. 1. The seed bud and pointle. 2. A chive. 3. A transverse section of the seed bud. 4. A capsule. There can be no doubt, but that the plant here figured is the true Nymphea lotus of Linnaeus, and that it is the plant mentioned by Pliny in Nat History lib 13. Cap. 17 and lib 22. Cap. 21. He there makes mention of a plant which is found at the ebbing of the Nile, the fruit of which resembles a poppy, and the seed of the size of millet. This exactly answers to the nymphea before us, and does not at all apply to the nelumbium, the kernels of which are of the size of nuts or thereabouts. He also remarks that the heads are dried by the natives, and that the seed is beat and broken and made into bread. Herodotus also mentions that the Egyptians baked the seed into bread, and ate of the roots, or rather tubercles, which resembled an apple and had an agreeable flavor. Vide Euterpe 92 Melpomene 177. Sunani, in his Voyages, mentions the lotus as being most abundant in Egypt, and having white flowers, and I apprehend the red one to be nothing but a variety of this. When we know that the Egyptians worship the Nile, as the Indians do the Ganges, we cannot wonder that a plant so beautiful, and so abundant in that river, should also become an object of adoration, and we find it continually though roughly engraved on their idols. Indeed Pyrrhus, in his hieroglyphics, mentions that the Egyptians worshipped the lotus as the type of the rising sun day. It is always found on the statues of Osiris, the Egyptian Apollo. It is also to be seen on the medals struck in Egypt by the Romans, and especially during the reign of Adrian, who held it in such veneration, that the medals which that emperor caused to be struck in Egypt, in honor of his favorite Antinous, uniformly represent the latter with the lotus on his head, whence the expression Antinoan crown. Various animals in the hieroglyphics appear to have it, as the hawk, the lion, and the ram. It is to be seen on most of, though not all, their deities, as Jupiter Ammon, Iris, Serapis, Horus, Canopus, and most particularly on Harpocrates, who is often figured sitting in the midst of it. See Cuppers. Harpocrates, Passim. The lotus symbolizes plenty on many of the medals of Egypt and Sicily, probably from being so great an article of food among the inhabitants, and from its generally appearing at the reflux of the Nile, when the banks were again open to the various uses they might be put to. Whether or not the lotus here figured, which I think I have sufficiently proved to be the true Egyptian one, is the same which grows in the Ganges, and is in such high veneration throughout the continent of India, China, and Japan, can only be proved by a comparison of the two together. Certain however it is, that a plant of great similarity to it, if not quite the same, is to be found on most of their idols also, and as the Ganges is worshipped so may the lotus be, with which it abounds. It expands in the dusk of the evening, and closes about 10 in the morning. To the Right Honourable the Marquis of Blandford we are indebted for the description of this very interesting plant, accompanied by a fine living specimen from his splendid collection at White Knights near Reading, Berks pg 63 pg 64 Plate Uxkey. Ixia columaris, var. Angustifolia. Columnar chived Ixia. Narrowed-leaved various class 3. Order Itriandria monogenea. 3 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Corolla sex petala patens equalis. Stigmata tria erectiusculopatula. Blossom 6 petals spreading equal. Summits 3 upright spreading. Specific character. Ixia, filamentous spacey coerentibus, floribus subcapitatus, petalis purpurae spacey saturationibus, folius lineariensiformibus. Ixia, with threads united at the base, flowers rather in heads, petals purple with darker bases, and linear sword-shaped leaves. Reference to the plate. 1. The 2 valves of the sheath. 2. An entire flower, cut open in the tube only, which is extended nearly to the end of the threads. 3. The chives cut open and magnified. 4. The pointal complete, one of the summits detached and magnified. The figure which accompanies this description represents the narrowest leaved variety of the columnar chived Ixia hitherto introduced into the British gardens. Like the other varieties already figured in this work, it is a native of the Cape of Good Hope, and like them must be treated as a Cape bulb, requiring only the protection of the greenhouse, and a mixture of loam and peat, and no water during its quiescent state. It flowers in June or July, and is a very brilliant variety. Our figure was taken some time since at Messrs. Colville's, nurseryman in the King's Road, PG 65 PG 66 Plate Uxkeen. Fumaria formosa. Beautiful fumitory. Class 17. Order 2. Diadelphia hexandria. 2 brotherhoods. 6 chives. Essential generic character. Calyx diphyllus. Corollaryngens. Filamenta duomembranacea, Singula antherus tribus. Impalement 2-leaved. Blossom gaping. Threads 2, membranaceous, each with 3 tips. Specific character. Fumaria, Scapes erectes, Peduncules cernuus subtriflorus bracteatus, Corales basi bilobes. Fumitory, with erect stalks, cernuse nearly 3-flowered bracteate peduncles, and blossoms 2-lobed at the base. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement. 2. A flower spread open, showing the insertion of the chives, with 1 filament detached and magnified. 3. The seed bud and pointle, the summit magnified. The beautiful species of Fumaria which we have here represented is a hardy plant, but of what country it is a native, or by whom first introduced into the British gardens, we have yet to learn, neither have we hitherto been able to ascertain it in any author. Our drawing was made from very fine specimens communicated to us by William Anderson, botanic gardener to James Vere, Esq. Kensington Gore, in whose collection it flowered copiously in the month of June last. It is allied to the tuberous-rooted species, and perhaps nearer to Fumaria nobilis than any other, succeeds very well in a mixture of peat earth and loam, but prefers a sheltered and a somewhat shaded situation, and makes a very fine appearance when in flower. It also possesses unusual elegance in its foliage. PG 67 PG 68 Plate Uxiv. Mimosa linifolia. Flax-leaved mimosa. Class XXIII. Order I. Polygamia monoecious. Various dispositions upon one plant. Essential generic character. Hermaph. Calyx 5 dentatus. Corolla 5 phyta. Stamina 5 subplura. Pistillum 1. Legumen. Mascal. Calyx 5 dentatus. Corolla 5 phyta. Stamina 5 to 10, subplura. Hermaph. Impalement 5-toothed. Blossom 5 cleft. Chives 5 or more. Pointle 1. Apod. Male. Impalement 5-toothed. Blossom 5 cleft. Chives 5 to 10, or more. Specific character, and C. mimosa, folias sparsis suberectes angustissime linearibus. Mimosa, with scattered erectish very narrow linear leaves. Mimosa linifolia. Ventinat plants nouvelles, tab. 2. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement and blossom magnified. 2. The impalement detached and magnified. 3. A chive magnified. 4. The seed bud and pointle magnified. The Mimosa linifolia is a native of New South Wales, from whence it was introduced to this country several years ago. It has been considered in the gardens as a new species, and is known under the name of pinifolia, but as it has been recently named linifolia, by M. Ventinat in his Plants Nouvelles, from plants which we believe were sent to France from England, we have adopted the latter name. It is a very elegant greenhouse shrub, and arises with stiff erect slender branches to the height of several feet, and does not flower when young. The flax-leaved mimosa is propagated chiefly by seeds, and either not at all, or with great difficulty, from cuttings, and is usually cultivated in light rich earth. The individual here represented flowered very fine in the month of May at Mrs. Wright's, Bayswater, where our drawing was made PG 69 PG 70 plate CCCXCV. Anthericum paniculatum. Poniclede anthericum. Class 6. Order Ihexandria monogenea. 6 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Calyx patens aut connivans. Stamina filamentous filiformibus hirsutis. Stigma 1. Semina angulata. Just. General PL 52. Impalement expanding or converging. Chives thread-shaped hairy. Summit 1. Seeds ungulated. Specific character. Anthericum, folius canaliculato ensiformibus graminis, scapo paniculato diffusu, radis tubersa. Anthericum, with channel sword-shaped grassy leaves, diffuse poniclede flower stem, and a tuberous root. Reference to the plate. 1. A leaf. 2. The chives and pointal. 3. The pointal and seed bud, the summit magnified. 4. The seed bud magnified. The Anthericum paniculatum is a native of New Holland, and was lately introduced from that country to this. In its tuberous root and woolly filaments, it accords very well with the genus Anthericum, as defined by Jussieu, in his celebrated Genera Plantarum, yet recedes from it in wanting thick and fleshy leaves, which all the African species of that genus have, hence it approximates, in habit at least, the genus Phalangium of Jussieu, which Wilde now makes a division only of Anthericum. But there is nothing peculiarly remarkable in the present species differing a little from its African congeners, because most of the Australasian plants differ in some very striking particular or other from their nearest affinities in all other parts of the world, and very often constitute new genera. It succeeds with the treatment of the Cape species, loves water, when in active growth, continues in flower several of the summer months, and is propagated by parting its roots in autumn, and by seeds, which it sometimes perfects in this country. PG 71 PG 72 plate uxkv. Campanula versicolor. Various colored bell flower. Class V. Order Ipentandria monogenea. 5 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Corolla campanulata, fundo clauso valvus staminiferus. Stigma 3 fidem. Capsula inferopores lateralibus dehiscens. Corolla bell-shaped with the mouth closed by staminiferous valves. Summit 3 cleft. Capsule beneath gaping with lateral pores. Specific character. Campanula, folius glabris cordato ovatis undulates, folioles calicinis subulates reflexus, corales rotato campanulates. Bellflower, with smooth heart-ovate waved leaves, calyx leaflets all-shaped reflexed, and wheel bell-shaped blossoms. Reference to the plate. 1. A radical leaf. 2. The impalement, chives, and pointal. 3. A chive. 4. The seed bud and pointal. Without a doubt the present is not only a new species, but likewise one of the most showy in the extensive genus Campanula, nearly all the individuals of which have charms enough to entitle them to a place in the flower garden. When our readers are told that it is an inhabitant of Greece, most of them will readily perceive it is the very species announced in our last number, as one that in beauty surpasses the fairest of the fair, and was communicated to us, as well as the Laciniata, by the Honourable W. H. Irby, of Farnham Royal, Bucks. It was first raised from seeds brought to this country from Greece, by the late and much regretted Professor Subtherp. There are 2 or 3 varieties of it, which are all hardy, and flower in July, rising to the height of about 2 feet, and making a very splendid appearance. They succeed best in peat earth and loam, and are propagated by seeds and by parting their roots, and are at present much sought after by all collectors. Pg 73 Pg 74 Plate Uxcatii. Stuartia marylandica. Maryland Stuartia. Class 16. Order 13. Monadelphia polyandria. 1 Brotherhood. Many chives. Essential generic character. Calyx quinquipartidus. Petala quinqua. Stamina numerosa. Stylus 1. Stigma capitatum subquinquillabum. Capsula lignosa conica, Calici reflexo persistenti incidens, quinquillocularis quinquivalvus, valvus crassus lignis medio septiferus, locules 1-2 spermis. Ustus just. General PL 324. Impalement 5-parted. Petals 5. Chives numerous. Style 1. Summit-headed somewhat 5-lobed. Capsule woody conical, sitting on the reflexed persistent impalement, 5-celled 5-valved, with the valves thick woody and with partitions in the middle, with cells 1 or 2 seated. Specific character. Stuartia, folius alternus ellipticis acuminates obsolete et remote cerulades, subtus villosus, floribus solitaris albis. Stuartia, with alternate elliptic acuminated obscurely and remotely cerulated leaves, hairy beneath, and solitary white flowers. Reference to the plate. 1. The calyx, seed bud, and pointle. 2. The chives spread open. The Stuartia, which we have here represented, is known and cultivated in His Majesty's, and in various other collections of plants in the vicinity of the metropolis, under the name of Marylandica, under which title it likewise occurs in the 3rd edition of Don's Hortus Cantabrigiensis, but we do not find the name in any other book, neither can we, for want of sufficient specimens, ascertain whether it is specifically distinct from Stuartia virginica, or a variety only of that species. From S. virginica, however, as figured by Cavanillus in his Dissertationes, tab 159, it appears to differ, in having larger and much less serrated leaves, and in their being villose beneath, and likewise in its larger and entirely white petals. Cavanille's plant has one of its petals of a yellow-green color. From Stuartia malacodendron it is known, at first sight, by its entire, not lacerated petals, independent of the other generical distinctions, according to Jusso and Cavanillus, which exist between them. The Maryland Stuartia is, as its name imports, a native of Maryland in America. It is a hardy shrub, and is propagated by layers, but does not thrive unless in a moist situation, planted in a mixture of peat earth and a little loam, and flowers in August and September. The plant here figured was obligingly communicated to us, in bloom, by the Marquis of Blandford, with whom it flowered in July last, we believe for the first time in this country. Pg 75 Pg 76 Plate Uxcatii. Wachendorphia villosa. Villose Wachendorphia. Class 3. Order Itriandria monogenea. 3 chives. 1 pointle. Essential generic character. Corolla sexpetala, inequalis, in furrow. Capsula trilocularis, supra. Blossom 6-petaled, unequal, beneath. Capsule above 3-celled. Specific character. Wachendorphia, folius lineariensiformibus plicatus triplinariaeus, colici villosus, floribus paniculates. Wachendorphia, with the triple-nerved plicated linear sword-shaped leaves, and stem villous, and poniclede flowers. Reference to the plate. 1. A floral leaf. 2. The chives and pointle. 3. The pointle and summit magnified. For the seed bud cut transversely, the villous-leaved Wachendorfia is not enumerated in Professor Wildenau's new edition of Species Plantarum, and appears to be a new species. It is very closely allied to W. hirsuta, but differs sufficiently from that species in the shape of the leaves. It is likewise extremely near akin to W. graminea, which, however, is destitute of all pubescence, whilst ours is pubescent all over. Its flowers are yellow, like those of hirsuta and paniculata. It rises to the height of 1.5 feet, prospers with the usual treatment of Cape bulbs, and was communicated to us in flower, in June last, by W. Anderson, Botanic Gardener to J. Veer, Esq. Kensington Gore, where it flowers in great perfection, and increases pretty readily by the roots. Pg 77 Pg 78 Plate Uxix. Camelina tuberosa. Tuberous-rooted Camelina. Class 3. Order Itriandria monogenea. 3 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Corolla sexpetala. Nectaria quinqua, cruciata, filamentus propries incerta. Blossom, 6-petaled. Nectaries 5, cross-shaped, inserted on their proper filaments. Specific character. Camelina, Corales equalibus, folias sessilibus ovito lanceolates, subtus villosus et in ciliatis, radis tuberosa. Camelina tuberosa. Wild. SPPL1. 251 Dill. Elf. T79. Camelina, with equal flowers, sessile ovate spear-shaped leaves, villose beneath and then ciliated, and a tuberous root. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement, chives, and pointal. 2. A petal. 3.1 of the nectaries. 4. A chive magnified. 5. The seed bud and pointal, it magnified. The herbaceous genus Camelina is a very singular one, and many of its species are remarkable, not so much for the size, as for the structure and brilliancy of their flowers, which, according to the words of the generic character, ought to have 6 petals, but the present species appears to have but 3 petals, the 3 outer being entirely of the nature of a calyx, and effectually answering the purposes of one. The tuberous-rooted Camelina is a native of Mexico, and in this country requires the treatment of a hothouse herbaceous plant. It is an old, but not common inhabitant of the British gardens, thrives well in rich earth, and is propagated by dividing the tubers of its root, when in a quiescent state, at which period much water is particularly inimical to it. The genus Camelina can only be distinguished from Tradescantia when the flowers are open, but nevertheless differs very sufficiently, not only in having double the number of stamina, but more especially in the extraordinary cruciform nectaries. Our drawing was made from very complete specimens communicated to us by the Honourable W. H. Irby, of Farnham Royal, Bucks Pg 79 Pg 80 Plate CCCC. Eucalyptus resinifer. Rasinus eucalyptus. Class 12. Order Icosaandria monogenea. About 20 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Calyx superus persistens truncatus, anti-anthosin tectus operculo integerrimo deciduo. Corolla nulla. Capsula quadrilocularis, apis dehiscens polysperma. Impalement above persistent truncated, before the flowering covered by an entire deciduous lid. Blossom none. Capsule forked-celled, gaping at the point and many-seeded. Specific character. Eucalyptus, operculo conico tereti coriatio calice tuplo longori, umbellus lateralibus solitaris. Smith in Linn. TR3. P284 Wild. SPPL2. 977 Eucalyptus, with a conical columnar leathery lid twice the length of the impalement, and lateral solitary umbels. Reference to the plate. 1. A bud in its infant state. 2. The calyptra or lid, when in perfection. 3. A chive magnified. 4. The pointal and seed bud. This species of the genus Eucalyptus, a genus well characterized from the singular operculum, which, instead of a corolla, defends the infantile fructification from external injuries, is a native of New South Wales, and was introduced, by seeds from that country, into our gardens, along with some other eucalypti, several years ago, but has never flowered in Britain until the present summer, in Lady de Clifford's collection at Paddington, where our drawing was made in July last. It is a shrub of considerable size, and handsome growth and foliage, and its younger shoots droop considerably, after the very elegant manner so much admired in the weeping willow. But the most singular trait in the plant is its tardy and protracted mode of flowering. It has already shown flowers, which it will not expand until next July. They are scarce half the size they will then be, and have upon the tip of the large calyptra one of a far smaller size, but similar in shape, and which will soon fall off, as will also the large one, a little previous to the expansion of the stamina next July. It requires a great deal of root room, and rich earth, is a very hardy greenhouse plant, and has hitherto been propagated by imported seeds only. PG81 PG82 Plate Uchi. Ceratula spicata. Spiked flowered sawwort. Class 19. Order Isengenacea polygamia equalis. Tips united. Equal polygamy. Essential generic character. Calyx subcylindricus, imbricatus, muticus. Impalement nearly cylindrical, imbricated, without awns. Specific character, and C. ceratula, folius linearibus, basi ciliatis, floribus sicilibus lateralibus spicatis, call simplici. Gmul. SYSTNAT2. 1185-8. Hort Q. 3138. Ceratula, with linear leaves, ciliated at the base, sessile lateral spiked flowers, and a simple stem. Reference to the plate. 1. A radical leaf. 2. The impalement spread open. 3. A floret. 4. The same, cut open. 5. The seed bud and pointal. The Ceratula spicata is a native of Carolina, but has been cultivated in the gardens of this country ever since the year 1732, notwithstanding which it is by no means a frequent plant in collections, which I should conceive arises from its being rather difficult to increase. Although a syngenesis plant, its root is of the tuberous kind, which is a peculiarity almost unparalleled in that extensive class. The flowering stems shoot up late in spring, and are chiefly simple. They rise to the height of 1 or 2 feet, furnished with long linear leaves, the uppermost of which are gradually shortened, and they are all more or less ciliated near the base, but in this respect they are either liable to differ very considerably, or there are several varieties, perhaps species, of the plant. There is likewise another strikingly singular trait in the character of the Ceratula. The flowers commence opening at the top of the spike first, and continue flowering downwards, instead of upwards, in the usual manner, which is a circumstance I cannot recollect having seen in any other plants, except Agave virginica and Allium descendens. Cultivators usually suppose the name of the last mentioned plant to apply to its roots striking deep into the earth, but this we apprehend is an erroneous supposition, for it is clearly allusive to its perverted mode of flowering. The spiked flowered sawwort flowers in July, loves a light soil in the open air, and is propagated, although slowly, by parting its roots after the stems die down. Gmelin queries, and with propriety, in his edition of Systema Naturae above cited, whether S. spicata, and S. squarrosa, another North American species, are not generically distinct from the other Ceratulae. Our drawing was made from plants in the collection of Lady de Clifford, at Paddington PG 83 PG 84 Plate Ucky. Clematis florida. Large flowered Virgin's Bower. Class 13. Order 6. Polyandria polygynia. Many chives. Many pointals. Essential generic character. Calyx nullus. Petala quachu or, Rarius quinqua. Semina caudata. Impalement none. Petals 4, rarely 5. Seeds tailed. Specific character. Clematis, Folius decompositus, Folioles binatus ternatisque, Petalis ovatis. Wild. SPPL2. 1287 Clematis, with decompound leaves, leaflets in 2s and 3s, and egg-shaped petals. Reference to the plate. 1. A petal. 2. The chives and pointals. 3. The pointals. The large flowered Virgin's Bower was introduced into the English gardens, in the year 1776, from Japan, of which country it is a native, and possesses by much the largest and most showy flowers in the whole genus. Although introduced so long since, it is not often met with. Our drawing was made from very fine plants in the collection of Messrs. Colville, nurserymen in the King's Road, in the month of July last, where they made an exceeding fine appearance. Like many of the Japanese plants, it is found capable of resisting the severity of our ordinary winters, without receiving much injury. It thrives best when trained against a wall or other fence, planted in rich soil, and is usually propagated by laying down the lowest branches in a careful manner, which take root in due time, and may then be safely separated from the mother plant PG 85 PG 86 Plate Akene. Ipomea grandiflora. Great flowered Ipomea. Class V. Order Ipentandria monogenea. 5 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Calyx quinquefitus. Corolla infundibuliformis longa, limboplicato quinquefido aut quinquedentato. Stigma capitatum. Capsula trilocularis polysperma. Ustus just. General PL 149. Impalement 5 cleft. Blossom funnel shaped long, with a 5 cleft or 5 dentated border. Summit headed. Capsule 3-celled, with many seeds in each cell. Specific character, and C. Ipomea, folias cordatis acuminates integerrimes, peduncules subuniflorus. Ipomea, with heart-shaped acuminated very entire leaves, and chiefly one-flowered peduncles. Convolvulus grandiflorus, folias cordatis ovatis obtusiuscules integerrimes, peduncules subiflorus, calicibus coriaces, call petiolisc pubescentibus. Linn. Sub PL 136 Wild. SPPL 1. 859 Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement. 2. The tube of the flower cut open, to show the structure and insertion of the chives. 3. The pointal. 4. A capsule nearly ripe, cut horizontally and lifted up to show the seeds. This magnificent species of Ipomea, the Convolvulus grandiflorus of authors, was obligingly communicated to us in bloom in the month of September, by A. B. Lambert, ESQ, who thinks that its root will only prove an annual one. If this indeed should eventually be the case, it will cause it to recede in a material manner from the Convolvulus grandiflorus as described in the Supplementum Plantarum, and consequently in Wildenau's species Plantarum, which is there said to be an arborescent species. From C. grandiflorus it should also appear to differ, in its more pointed leaves and solitary peduncles, and likewise in having a stigma agreeing altogether in structure with the genus Ipomea, which latter circumstance has occasioned us to separate it from convolvulus, and transfer it to Ipomea, because the conformation of the stigma in those extensive genera, often, but we fear not always, affords the most satisfactory characters for discrimination. All their species which we have examined, and they have been very numerous, possibly might be united into one genus, without committing much outrage against nature, or the natural affinities of her vegetable kingdom. Pg 87 Pg 88 Plate Achieve. Moria miniata. Red lead-colored Moria. Class 3. Order Itriandria monogenea. 3 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Corolla hexapetala, Petalatria interiora patentia, angustiora. Stigma trifidum. Blossom 6-petaled, the 3 interior ones spreading. Summit trifid. Specific character. Moria, monadelphia, Scapotereti ramoso, Folius lineariensiformibus, Collinus Petalis expansus subequalibus ovalibus. Moria, monadelphus, with a round branched scape, leaves linear sword-shaped, stem once spathaceous, and petals expanded nearly equal and oval. Reference to the plate. 1. The outer sheath of the flower. 2. The inner one. 3. The seed bud, chives and pointal, as they stand in the flower. 4. The same magnified. 5. The monadelphous chives spread open. In vain have we turned over all the multifarious works of Jacquin, and many other publications, in search of information concerning this elegant plant, for our labor has not been rewarded with the least success. As a species, therefore, we conceive it to be entirely new, and in its generic characters, by no means destitute of botanical importance. With Moria we have placed it, because it perhaps best agrees with that genus, yet cannot satisfactorily associate it with Moria tricuspis, Vauxixia de la Roche, and its affinities. In its monadelphous stamina it approaches Cicerentium and fair aria, and its flat red flowers remind us of the anomalous Ixia chinensis d. Our drawing was made from the Clapham collection, about the same time that Iris pavonia of our 364th plate was drawn. It requires the same treatment as that splendid plant, and is a native of the same country, but we fear it is not at present to be found alive in Britain. This plant, after having been arranged under the several genera Ixia, Moria, and fair aria, is now established as a new genus, by the name of Pardanthus, in the second number of Annals of Botany, just published Pg 89 Pg 90 Plate CCCCV. Primula dentiflora. Toothed flowered primula. Class V. Order Ipentandria monogenea. 5 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Calyx tubulosus quinquedentatus persistens. Corolla tubulosa quinquiloba, Fos pervia. Capsula apis decembulvus. Ustus just. General PL 108. Impalement tubulose 5-toothed persistent. Blossom tubulose 5-lobed, with a pervious throat. Capsule at the apex 10-valved. Specific character. Primula, Folius cordatis crenitolobatus praeregosus, Corales acute dentatis. Primula, with heart-shaped crenatedly lobed very rough leaves, and sharply dentated flowers. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement. 2. A blossom laid open, to show the insertion and structure of the chives. 3. The seed bud and pointal. 4. The same magnified. The species of the favorite genus Primula which we have here represented, is a very elegant one, and greatly resembles P. cordicifolia, which is figured on our 7th plate, but differs from it in the extraordinary denticulations of the flowers, which we have been assured are a constant and permanent character of the plant, and, if so, affords an excellent and decisive mark of specific distinction, and at the same time a trivial name of undeniable goodness. We have not been able to ascertain with any kind of certainty its native place of growth. It was communicated to us in bloom in the month of September last, from the select collection of Lady de Clifford at Paddington, and is found to be a hardy plant, and to succeed with the treatment of the other primulae, that is, as an alpine plant in bog earth, and a small portion of loam, and protected in summer from the midday and afternoon, but not the morning or evening sun. It is propagated by parting the roots in autumn, and as a new and at the same time beautiful primula, it cannot fail to be acceptable to all our subscribers. PG 91 PG 92 Plate Ukvi. Aponogeton monostichion. Simple spiked Aponogeton. Class 11. Order 4. Dodecandria tetragynia. 12 chives. 4 pointals. Essential generic character. Amentum e squames compositum. Calyx nullus. Corolla nulla. Capsule 4, trispermy. Catkin composed of scales. Impalement none. Blossom none. Capsules 4, 3-seeded. Specific character, and C. Aponogeton, Spica simplici, foliis cordato ovalibus. Wild. SPPL 2. 927 Aponogeton, with a simple spike, and heart oval-shaped leaves. Reference to the plate. 1. The chives detached. 2. The pointals detached. 3. The same magnified 4 species only of this singular genus have hitherto been enumerated by authors, viz. The present one from the East Indies, crispum, a native of Ceylon, and angustifolium and distachyon, from the Cape of Good Hope, the last of which is the most showy, and is figured on our 290th plate. They are all water plants, and could no more thrive with their roots and natant leaves out of that element than an aloe or staplia could prosper in it. They are therefore, along with other tropical aquatics, cultivated in our hothouses in troughs or cisterns of rich earth and clear water, in which, consociated with the majestic nymphea, the stately thalia, and the more humble but not less interesting Menianthus indica, they produce a most fragrant and desirable appearance, that perhaps is indebted for some of its charms to the fine contrast formed by the terrestrial exotics which surround them. In a collection of tropical plants, where a few cisterns of aquatics are judiciously interspersed, the oppressive heat of the stove in which they grow, is as it were delusively alleviated, in the mind's eye, by the simple, yet cooling sight of the little pools of water in which they float. Few are the number of observers who contemplate them without imbibing pleasure. This unquestionably arises from the strong but agreeable contrast that is exhibited to the eye, by the happy junction of the productions of the waters with those of the earth. They are vegetables of widely different orders, productions of very different natures, and inhabitants of elements diametrically opposite. The simple spiked Aponogeton produces roundish tubers in various parts of its shoots, by the transplantation of which the plant is readily and speedily propagated. Our drawing of it was made in July last, at J. Vere's, Esq Kensington Gore, in whose collection it thrives very well. We have not as yet seen it in any other PG 93 PG 94 plate Acaii. Calendula dentata. Toothed-leaved marigold. Class 19. Order 4. Syngenacea polygamia necessaria. Tips united. Necessary polygamy. Essential generic character. Receptaculum nudum. Puppus nullus. Calyx polyphilus, subequalus. Seminodiscus ut plurimum membranacea. Receptacle naked. Puppus none. Impalement many-leaved, nearly equal. The seeds of the disc chiefly membranous. Specific character, and C. calendula, folius alternus linearibus remote et acute dentatis, call fruticoso decumbent. Marigold, with alternate linear remotely and acutely dentated leaves, and a decumbent shrubby stem. Calendula dentata. Don's Hort Cantab. Ed. 3 163. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement. 2. A floret of the circumference. 3. A floret of the disc. 4. The same laid open and magnified, to show the situation of the chives. 5. The pointal, with the summit detached and magnified. Although this species of calendula appears to have been introduced to the British Gardens so long since as the year 1790, from the Cape of Good Hope, its native country, I do not find it enumerated either in Mr. Aitone's Hortus Cuensis or Gmlin's edition of Systema Naturae, but it will in all probability be taken up in Wildenau's Species Plantarum, when he arrives at that part of it which is to include the genus Calendula. It is well known in the gardens by the applicable name of dentata, but is not a common plant, although, from the beauty and size of its flowers, highly worthy of general cultivation. Its branches are weak, yet shrubby, and require support. It is a greenhouse plant, and is propagated by cuttings in the usual way. Our drawing was made from the Clapham collection in July last. PG 95 PG 96 plate Acacia. Dahlia pinnata. Pinnated dahlia. Class 19. Order 2. Syngenacea polygamia superflua. Tips united. Superfluous pointals. Essential generic character. Calyx duplex. Corolla radiata, radius lacinias calycis numero equantibus, corollae pedicellatae. Receptaculum paleaceum. Stigmata plumosa. Impalement double. Blossom radiated, with the rays equaling in number the segments of the impalement, the florets pedicellid. Receptacle chaffy. Tips plumose. Specific character, and C. dahlia, folius oppositus, imparipinnates, pinules quinqua, ovates, crenatodentatus. Cavic. 157. Tab. 80 dahlia, with leaves opposite, pinnated with an odd one, the pinnules 5, ovate, and notch dentated. Reference to the plate. 1. A young flower with the peduncle and impalement. 2.1 of the radiating florets with its pedicel. 3. A floret of the disc. 4. The same spread open, to show the chives and pointal. 5. The pointal detached, with the summit magnified. The genus Dahlia was first established by the celebrated botanist Cavanillici, in honor of Andrew Dahl, a Swedish botanist, not Dale an Englishman, for 3 lofty, thick-rooted, perennial plants, natives of the distant regions of Peru, but all of which we have had the recent pleasure of seeing alive in the overflowing gardens of our own happy country. They are extremely desirable and showy plants, and none of them more so than the present one, which was raised from seeds sent from Madrid last spring, by the Right Honourable Lady Holland, and flowered last September and October, in the open ground, in her ladyship's collection at Holland House, Kensington, where our drawing was lately made. It has acquired the stately height of near 8 feet, with a circumference of 3, and makes indeed a truly specious appearance, but we do not expect it will ripen its seeds, the season being too far advanced to encourage any reasonable hope of that nature. The best mode of propagation should seem to be that of dividing its somewhat tuberous roots, after the stems die down. As to treatment, we see no valid reason why it, and both the other dahliae, the coccinea and rosea, should not be treated as hardy herbaceous plants, placed in rich earth and a warm situation. But as they are both rare and valuable, it may at present be safer to consider them as greenhouse plants, keeping them in very large pots and well watered, until their stems show symptoms of dying down, when moisture must be administered with a sparing hand. There are considerable reasons for thinking that the pinnated dahlia will hereafter be raised with double flowers, because the figure in Cavanille's icons, above cited, represents them nearly semi-double, and the doubling of radiated syngenesis plants is well known to horticulturists to be a circumstance of pretty frequent occurrence. The public have now to regret the loss of this valuable botanist. They are deprived of him. He died in May last at Madrid, aged 59, pg 97, pg 98, plate A chicks. Protea scolymus. Smooth-leaved Protea. Class 4. Order I Tetrandria monogenea. 4 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Corolla quadriphythous quadripetala. Antheri linears inserti petalis infraapicem. Calyx proprius nullus. Nux unispermis supra. Blossom 4-cleft or 4-petaled. Tips linear, inserted on the petals below the apex. Impalement proper, none. Nut 1 seated above. Specific character, and C. Protea, folius lanceolates acutus capituloque terminally rotundo glabris. Protea scolymus. Wild. SPPL 1. 522 Shrad. Cert. Han. Tab. 28. Hort Q. 127. Protea, with lance-shaped acute smooth leaves and a round terminal smooth head of flowers. Leucodendron, Scalymocephalum, folius lanceolates, Floribus subrotundus, call fruticoso ramoso. Linn. SPPL 2. 153 Lepidocarpodendron A. Colin, Ramus num rossis e terra excrescens, Calice floris immaturo ecstasy rubro et flavo variegato, indus flavo. Baur. Lug. 2p 192. Tab. 192 Scalymocephalus africanus, Fruticis Ethiopisci coniferi brennii foliis, caput majoris squamato. Raj. H3. 10 Reference to the plate. 1 A floret detached. 2 A petal with its tip magnified. 3 The seed bud and pointal. The Protea scolymus grows spontaneously on the Tiger Mountain at the Cape of Good Hope, but has long been an inhabitant of European conservatories, although a rare one. It was well known to several of the old botanists, who appear to have differed much concerning the generical appellations which they thought proper to bestow upon it, as will appear on consulting the synonyms above. They made several genera of Protea, but the botanists of later times have melted them all down, we fear injudiciously, into one great genus, and Schrader has even added Lambertia to Protea, and figured it in his Certum Hanoverianum, under the name of Protea nectarina, thereby alluding to the sweet juice which abounds in the tubes of its flowers. Melliflua would have been a still more expressive term. The smooth-leaved Protea requires the same treatment as the rest of the genus, and is a very fine species, producing its flowers in May and June. Our figure was taken at the Clapham Collection pg 99 pg 100 plate CCCCX. Cananchum undatum. Waved Cananchum. Class V Order I Pentandria digynia. 5 chives. 2 pointals. Essential generic character. Cont orta. Nectarium cylindricum, quinquedentatum. Contorted. Honeycup cylindrical, 5-toothed. Specific character. Cananchum, call volubili, folius cordatis oblongis obtusis cum acumen undatisc, umbellus axillaribus subproliferus. Cananchum, with a twining stem, heart-shaped oblong blunt leaves, but with a sudden point, and waved, axillary somewhat proliferous umbels. Reference to the plate. 1 The impalement. 2. The blossoms spread open. 3. The outer scale of the honey cup. 4. The parts of fructification magnified. 5. The inner scale of the honey cup. 6. The outside of the same. 7. The seed bud, shaft, summit and chives magnified. The waved Cranachum is more remarkable for novelty than beauty, yet, as an addition to our volubilis exotics, it possesses sufficient elegance to render it worthy our attention, especially as climbing plants have of late years become quite fashionable in most of the best conservatories in the vicinity of London. As a species, we conceive it to be perfectly nondescript, although it should seem to possess several characters in common with Cranachum reticulatum, and C. undulatum of Wildenau, and C., both of which are known to us, but are described as having ovate, or oblong, not heart-shaped leaves. C. reticulatum is also a native of the same country, the East Indies, from whence seeds of the undatum were brought in the year 1803 by Captain Thomas Hardwicke, and were raised in the collection of the Marquis of Blandford, at White Knights, Berks, where they flowered last July, when that nobleman obligingly communicated to us the specimen from which the annexed figure was made. The waved Cranachum is a hothouse plant, and requires nearly the same treatment as Pergularia minor of our 184th plate pg 101 pg 102 plate Uxie. Ceralia spicata. Spiked flowered Ceralia. Class 17. Order 4. Diadelphia decandria. 2 brotherhoods. 10 chives. Essential generic character. Calyx longitudine leguminous. Stamina diadelpha. Legumen monospermum subrostratum e valve. Impalement the length of the pod. Chives diadelphus. Pod 1 seeded roundish and valveless. Specific character, and C. Ceralia, folioles obovades recurvato mucronates subtus punctatus, spica terminally oblonga. Wild. SPPL 3. 1345 Ceralia, with leaflets inversely egg-shaped, recurvedly mucronated and dotted beneath, and an oblong terminal spike of flowers. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement. 2. A standard. 3.1 of the wings. 4. The keel. 5. The chives and pointle. 6. The seed bud and pointle. The spiked flowered Ceralia is a shrubby plant, and rises to the height of a foot or two, producing its spikes of flowers in the months of July and August, at the ends of its branches. It is a native of the Cape of Good Hope, and in this country is found to succeed very well in any greenhouse which has a flue to keep out the frost, and is propagated by seeds, and also by cuttings if carefully managed. Although not a very newly introduced plant, it is certainly not a frequent one in our gardens, indeed we do not recollect having ever seen it in any collection, except the nursery of Messrs. Whitley and Brahms, Old Brompton, where our drawing was made some time since, and where it was considered and treated as a new species, which, however, as appears by our synonym above given, is not the case. pg 103 pg 104 plate Uxie. Calendula viscosa. Viscous marigold. Class 19. Order 2. Syngenacea polygamia necessaria. Tips united. Necessary polygamy. Essential generic character. Receptaculum nudum. Pupus nullus. Calyx polyphilus, subequalus. Semina discus ut plurimum membranacea. Receptacle naked. Pupus none. Impalement many-leaved, nearly equal. The seeds of the disc chiefly membranous. Specific character. Calendula, viscosa, folius alternus lineari cuneatis spinatophytodentatus, Calicibus lucidis tomentus ociliatus, call fruticoso debili. Marigold, viscous, with alternate linear cuneated pinnatifid-toothed leaves, shining tomentously ciliated impalements, and a weak shrubby stem. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement. 2. A floret of the ray. 3. A floret of the disc. 4. The same magnified. 5. The corolla spread open and magnified. 6. The seed bud and pointle. The figure annexed represents a new and very ornamental species of the genus Calendula, which we lately discovered flowering beautifully, amongst many other rare plants in the charming collection of exotics at George Hibbert's, Esq. Clapham, where it was lately raised from seeds, sent to him, we believe, from the Cape of Good Hope, of which country we understand it is a native. It is a shrubby species, and possesses much of the growth and habit of Calendula dentata of our last number, and indeed in most things, except its considerable viscosity and the color of its flowers, exhibits a very great similitude to that species, and will be found to succeed with the same treatment and mode of propagation, but is in every respect a much more desirable plant. Pg 105 Pg 106 Plate Uxaeth. Geranium hymenodes. Ternate-leaved geranium. Class 16. Order 4. Monadelphia decandria. Threads united. 10 chives. Essential generic character. Monogyna. Stigmata quinqua. Fructus rostratus pentacoccus. 1 pointle. 5 summits. Fruit beaked, 5 berries. Specific character, and C. geranium, peduncules multiflorus, folius obtusis incisodentatus, inferioribus ternatis, superioribus trilobis, call erecto. Geranium, with many flowered peduncles, obtuse gash-dentated leaves, the inferior ones ternate, the superior three-lobed, and an erect stem. Geranium, trifolium, call herbaceae crasso ramoso, folius radicalibus ternatis lobatus, call inus oppositus simplicibus lobatus, petalis venosus, superioribus maculates. CAV Dissertation 4. P 223. Tab 97 Figure 3. Erodium hymenodes. El Harid. Garin. Tab 4 Erodium hymenodes. Wild. Spec PL 3. 635 Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement and parts of fructification. 2. The seed bud, chives and pointle magnified. 3. The seed bud and pointles. 4. The same magnified. The ternate-leaved geranium belongs to L. Heritiers genus Erodium. It is a native of mountainous, rocky situations, in the northern parts of Africa, but has been cultivated in most of our best collections of exotics several seasons, yet is not so frequently met with as it deserves to be, on account of the unusual delicacy in the veining and spotting of its flowers, which, from their size and number, make a good appearance, and are produced in succession most part of the year. The plant itself is of very humble, scarcely shrubby growth, yet rises somewhat higher than the real tuberous species, to which, however, in its contracted, thickened stems, it betrays a considerable affinity. It is propagated readily by seeds, and likewise by cuttings, and stands out in the open ground in mild winters uninjured, although it is generally killed in severe ones, which renders it necessary to preserve a supply of it in the conservatory. Pg 107 Pg 108 Plate Uxiv. Crassula obliqua. Oblique-leaved crassula. Class V Order V Pentandria pentagoniae. 5 chives. 5 pointles. Essential generic character. Calyx pentaphyllus. Petala quinqua. Squammy quinqua nectariferi ad basin germinus. Impalement 5-leaved. Petals 5. 5 honey-bearing pores at the base of the germ. Specific character, and C. crassula, folius ovatis obliquus integerrimis acutus distinctus, margin cartilaginis. Wild. SPPL 1. 1553 8. Hort Q. 1395. Crassula, with leaves egg-shaped oblique very entire acute distinct, and cartilaginous on the margin. Reference to the plate. 1. A flower with its impalement. 2. The seed bud and pointals. 3. A detached pointal magnified. Although the genus Crassula is a very extensive one, and possesses many species which are remarkable either for beauty, singularity, or fragrance, the one which we have here the satisfaction of illustrating is, we think, by far the most ornamental, and is at the same time both a stately and a singular plant. It is very succulent, and requires the heat of the hothouse to make it bloom, but prospers best, like all other succulent plants of the more tender kind, on the shelves of a dry stove. It is a native of the Cape of Good Hope, and is propagated with facility by cuttings, prefers a light loamy soil, and a dry treatment, and produces its large bunches of flowers late in the year, which are very showy and of considerable duration, particularly if removed into the greenhouse while in bloom, and at that time more liberally watered. The oblique-leaved crassula is an old inhabitant of our gardens, but not a frequent one. Our drawing was made from a fine specimen obligingly sent us by Thomas Evans, ESQ, from his fine collection at Stepney, last August, pg 109 pg 110 plate CCCCXV. Cantua coronopifolia. Coronopus-leaved cantua. Class V, order Ipentandria monogenea. 5 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Calyx 3-5 fidus. Corolla infundibuliformis. Stigma trifidum. Capsula trilocularis, trivalvus, polysperma. Semina alida. Impalement from 3 to 5 cleft. Blossom funnel shaped. Summit trifid. Capsule 3-cellid, 3-valved, many-seeded. The seeds winged. Specific character, and C. cantua, floribus terminalibus, staminibus longitudine coralli, folia spinatophytes. Cantua, with terminal flowers, chives the length of the blossom, and feather-cleft leaves. Cantua, coronopifolia. Wild. SPPL 1. 879 Polemonium, rubrum, folia spinatophytes linearibus, floribus racemosis pendulis. Linn. SPPL ed. 3p 231. Ipomea, rubra. Linn. SYSTVEG 171. Ipomopsis, elegans, Miniatum pubis sens, folius lineari pinatophytes. Michigan FL Borealia Merrick. 142. Quamiclet pinnatum erectum, floribus intersum digestus. Dilhort elth. 321 tab. 241 figure 312. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement. 2. The blossom spread open, with the chives attached. 3. The seed bud and pointal, with the summit magnified. Although the coronopus-leaved cantua was cultivated in Sherard's celebrated garden at Eltham, in the time of Dilneus, and is figured by him, in the Hort elth. Above cited, as a species of quamiclet, it has been an entire stranger to our modern gardens until very lately, having no doubt long since perished in all the old collections. Who the reintroducer of this very elegant plant is, we have yet to learn, but the beautiful specimen here figured, was obligingly communicated to us by the Marquis of Blandford, from White Knights, Berks, about the end of November last. It is a native of Carolina, and sufficiently hardy, we should think, to resist the cold of our ordinary winters. Its root is herbaceous, and the plant admits of increase by parting the same, in spring or autumn. Writers have differed in a very remarkable manner concerning the genus to which they should refer this plant, and Linnaeus himself seems to have been as undetermined as any of them concerning it, having at different times given it as a polemonium, and an ipomia, as will appear among our synonyms above. Michaud has called it ipomopsis, and another foreign writer, whose work we have not got, has given it the appellation of Nuthia pulchula, but Willdenow has added it to the genus Cantua, with which we conceive, in our humble opinion, it sufficiently accords, and have therefore ventured to follow him in his arrangement of it pg 111 pg 112 plate UKT. Salvia camadrifolia. Germander-leaved sage. Class 2. Order Idiandria monogenea. 2 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Corolla inequalis. Filamenta transverse pedicello aphysa. Blossom unequal. Chives affixed transversely to a pedicel. Specific character, and C. salvia, folius ovalibus rugosus obsolete crenades, verticillus terminalibus nudis quadriflorus, staminibus corolla brevuribus. Sage, with oval rough obsoletely notched leaves, terminal naked four-flowered whorls, and chives shorter than the blossom. Salvia camadrifolia. Don's Hort Cantab. P7. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement. 2. The blossom with the chives attached. 3. The seed bud and pointal, with the summit magnified. Our drawing was made from plants in the Hibertian collection at Clapham last autumn, but we have also seen the sage in other places, particularly at Cambridge, and know it to be the Salvia camadrifolia of the Hortus Cantabrigiensis ed. 3. But we do not find that name in any other publication within our reach. Mr. Don marks it as a greenhouse perennial, and gives Spain as its native country, but with a note of interrogation, and adds that it flowers in July and August, and that it was introduced into our gardens in the year 1798. We believe that A. B. Lambert, Esq. was the first introducer of it, and that gentleman thinks he received the seeds of it from Spain. The first time of our seeing it was at J. Vere's, Esq. in the autumn of 1802, where it was cultivated as a greenhouse shrub, and by the name of S. citrina, a name that well expresses the charming odor of its leaves when gently rubbed, which not a little resembles the pleasing, well-known scent of lemon thyme. It is propagated by cuttings in the usual way. Its stem and branches are very slender, but shrubby, and arise to the height of 2 or 3 feet. The flowers are terminal, large, showy, and possess a beautiful color of the deepest blue pg 113 pg 114 plate UKT. Crotolaria pulchula. Ternate larger flowered Crotolaria. Class 17. Order 4. Diadelphia decandria. 2 brotherhoods. 10 chives. Essential generic character. Legumen turgidum, inflatum, pedicellidum. Filamenta conata cum fissura dorsale. Pod turgid, inflated, pedicellid. Chives conjoined with a dorsal fissure. Specific character. Crotolaria, frutescens, ramules terretibus ceraces, folius ternatis, folioles lineari lanceolates acutus petioles sesquilongoribus, subta subpilosus. Crotolaria, shrubby, with cylindrical silky branches, and ternate leaves, with the leaflets linear lanced acute once, and half the length of the footstalks, and somewhat hairy beneath. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement. 2. The standard. 3.1 of the wings. 4. The keel. 5. The chives. 6. The seed bud and pointle. The species of Crotalaria here represented, may perhaps be the C. pilosa, Folius ternatis pilosus, Folioles mucronates, Floribus terminalibus, of Thunberg's Prodromus, but from so insufficient a character we have not ventured to determine it to be that plant, having rather chosen to give it as a new species by the name of Pulchula, which it well deserves. It is a greenhouse plant, a native we understand of the Cape, and arises with a straight, but little branched, woody stem, to the height of about 3 feet, the branches are cylindrical and silky, the leaves alternate and ternate, inclining to hoary, with pubescent and channeled footstalks, the leaflets are lance-shaped, or linear-lanced, once and a half, or sometimes twice the length of their common footstalk, and furnished beneath with minute, close-pressed hairs. The flowers are in a terminal racemes, large, yellow, and showy, and are produced in the month of July. Hitherto we have seen this plant only at the nursery of Messrs. Colville, in the King's Road, where our drawing was made. In favorable seasons the plant will probably ripen its seeds in this country, and at other times we have no doubt of its being capable of propagation by cuttings in the usual way, although we do not know that this has yet actually been done. Pg 115 Pg 116 Plate UK 18. Gentiana Catesbii. Catesby's gentian. Class V Order 2. Essential generic character. Corolla monopetala. Capsula bivalvus, unilocularis, receptacules duobus longitudinalibus. Blossom one-petaled. Capsule two-valved, one-celled, with 2 longitudinal receptacles. Specific character, and C. gentiana, folius remotus oppositus ternatisque, corales verticillidus ventricosus decemphitis, Lacinius alternus inequaliter bifides lace risque, Calicibus minute ciliatis. Gentian, with remote opposite and ternate leaves, whorled 10 cleft-bellied flowers, with their alternate segments unequally bifid and torn, and minutely ciliated impalements. Gentiana, Catesbii, corales campanulates ventricosus extecerulis, folius lanceolates remotus. Walt. F. L. Carolyn. 109 Gentiana, saponaria, corales quinquifides campanulates ventricosus verticillidus, folius ovito lanceolates trinarias. Wild. SPPL 1. 1338 Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement. 2. The blossom spread open. 3. The pointle. The beautiful species of Gentiana here represented, does not appear to be noticed either in Wildenau's edition of Species Plantarum, or the Hortus Cuensis of Mr. Aiton, except by the former of these authors, as being synonymous with G. saponaria, from which as a species we conceive it distinct, neither do we find it enumerated in Mr. Don's Hortus Cantabrigiensis, but it is described by Walter in his Flora Caroliniana, under the name of Catesbii, and is known in several of the principal gardens in the neighbourhood of London by that appellation, which we have therefore thought it more eligible to adopt, than run any risk of occasioning confusion by applying a new one. The plant is perennial and herbaceous, a native of Carolina, and is propagated by parting its roots in autumn, or early spring, but requires a moist sheltered situation, and peat earth in the open air, to make it flourish. It rises with several stems to the height of a foot or upwards, the leaves are opposite, or in threes, remote, lanceolate, stem clasping, and obscurely three-nerved, with scabrous margins, occasioned by minute, upwardly directed serrations, which at the base of the leaf are decurrent, and form 4 or 6 roughened lines on the stem. The flowers are irregularly whorled, but the uppermost whorl is by much the largest. Each blossom is of a rich deep purple color, ventricose, and opens very little at the mouth, where it is divided into 10 incurving segments, every other of which is of a much paler color than the rest, broader, unequally bifid, and minutely lacerated. The impalement is 5-cleft, and its segments are linear lance-shaped, with minutely ciliated edges, after the manner of the edges of the leaves. The living specimen from which our figures were made, was obligingly communicated to us by the Honourable Mr. Irby, of Farnham Royal, Bucks PG 117 PG 118 Plate Uxix. Genista Lusitanica. Portugal Genista. Class 17. Order 4. Diadelphia decandria. 2 brotherhoods. 10 chives. Essential generic character. Calyx bilabiatus, 2 to 3 dentibus, Benis superioribus brevissimis. Vexillum oblongum epistulostameni busc dearsum refl exum. Impalement 2-lipped, with 2 to 3 teeth, the 2 uppermost very short. The standard oblong, and reflex downwards from the chives and pointal. Specific character, and C. genista, caulifilo, spinus decusatus. Willed. SPPL 2. 946-8. Hort Q. 216. Genista, with a leafless stem, and decussated spines. Scorpius secundus. Clas. History 1. p. 107. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement. 2. The standard. 3.1 of the wings. 4. The keel. 5. The chives. 6. The seed bud and pointal. 7. The same magnified. The Portugal genista is a very spiny, and almost leafless shrub, of bushy growth, and although very well known to most of the old botanists, does not appear to have been cultivated in the British gardens until the year 1771, when, according to Mr. Aegon's Hortus Cuensis, it was introduced by Mrs. Primmet. It is a native of Portugal and Spain, but is sufficiently hardy to resist the cold of our ordinary winters, if planted in a sheltered situation, yet is extremely liable to be injured, or even destroyed, in those which take place with rigor and severity, but as it very frequently produces good seeds, a supply of it is not difficult to be kept up that way. The best time of sowing them is spring, and they will require some slight protection from frost while young. The plant blooms freely from March till May, and when decorated with its golden flowers, makes a very ornamental appearance in the shrubbery, in which, although it has been so long in cultivation, we cannot help regretting that it but seldom occurs, and we venture to recommend it along with G. germanica, a closely allied species, to the further attention of our cultivating friends. Like many other shrubby leguminous plants, this genista is averse to being frequently transplanted, and never suffers the operation of removal with impunity. Let that business therefore, when necessary, be performed with all possible diligence and care. Our figure was taken from plants in the Clapham collection PG 119 PG 120 plate CCCCXX. Geranium floribundum. Tuberous many-flowered geranium. Class 16. Order 4. Monadelphia decandria. Threads united. 10 chives. Essential generic character. Monogyna. Stigmata quinqua. Fructus rostratus pentacoccus. 1 pointal. 5 summits. Fruit beaked, 5 berries. Specific character. Geranium, tuberosum, Pinnis foliorum oppositus bipartitus, Lacinius ellipticus, Scapes numerosis ramosus, Petalis clavito linearibus. Geranium, tuberous, with the pinnae of the leaves opposite and two-parted, with their segments elliptical, numerous branched flower stalks, and clavatedly linear petals. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement. 2. The seed bud, chives, and pointle. 3. The chives spread open. 4. The seed bud and pointle. 5. The same magnified Geranium floribundum appears to be not only a nondescript species of the Erodium family of this extensive tribe of plants, but at the same time, a new and brilliant one. Few in number are the species which equal it in beauty, and still more rare are those which can be allowed to surpass it. It is of extremely humble growth, and its roots are tuberous, from the crowns of which it throws up, in the early part of summer, a considerable number of flowering stems, each adorned with many flowers, whence our specific name of floribundum. It is a native of the Cape of Good Hope, and prospers with the same treatment as the other dwarf geraniums, and is propagated like them, by carefully dividing the tubers of its roots. Our figure was made from the Clapham collection, which it is well known abounds more in this description of plants, than any other existing in this country. Pg 121 Pg 122 Plate Uctsi. Renial Maya calcarida. Upright flowering Renial Maya. Class I Order Hymenandria monogenea. 1 chive. 1 pointle. Essential generic character. Calyx superus, monophyllous, intusive 3 dentes irregulars rumpens. Corolla trifitha. Nectarium oblongum. Antheraceciles, Nectario opposita. Bacca carnosa, trilocularis, profunde sulcata, et hirta. Semina plurima, alte truncata, arilo-membranatio niveo ad presso. Impalement above the fruit, 1-leafed, breaking into 2 or 3 irregular teeth. Blossom trifid. Nectary oblong. Chive sessile, opposite to the nectary. Very fleshy, 3-celled, profoundly sulcated, and hairy. Seeds many, deeply truncated, and furnished with a membranous, close-pressed, snow-colored exterior skin. Specific character. Renial myofolius lanceolato ensiformibus, racemo terminally erecto. Renial maya with lance sword-shaped leaves, and an erect terminal racemus of flowers. Reference to the plate. 1. The spathe. 2. A blossom divested of the chive and honey cup. 3. The honey cup. 4. The sheath which crowns the seed bud. 5. The chive, pointle, and seed bud. 6. The same without its chive. 7. A transverse section of the seed bud magnified. The new and elegant plant here figured was obligingly communicated to us in September last by A.B. Lambert, ESQ, who informs us that it had grown vigorously to the height of about 3 feet in the bark bed of his hothouse, without showing flowers, but that, on being removed from the tin and placed upon the flue, it soon produced those which we have here delineated, whence it is probable that the check to its growth, occasioned by the mere change of situation, was the cause of its blooming, as in other collections it has not hitherto done it. Mr. L. likewise informs us that its native country is Coromandel, and that it is intended for publication by Dr. Roxburgh under the name of Amomum calcaridum, and showed us a drawing of it, so named, copied from one that was made in the East Indies from a native specimen, and which represents the plant somewhat slenderer and less upright than the individual we have here depicted. Whoever will carefully investigate and compare our dissected figures of this plant with those which are given with Renial myanutans on our 360th plate, will not only find that they precisely agree with each other, as much as 2 distinct species of plants can do, but that both of them very sufficiently correspond with the essential characters of the genus Renial Maya, yet both are, no doubt, specifically distinct from Renial Maya exaltata, wherefore we have not hesitated to withdraw the present plant from the genus Amomum, from which, independent of its widely different mode of flowering, we believe it to be generically distinct. Neither are the above mentioned all the species of Renial Maya we have a knowledge of, for even in the British Gardens, exclusive of those which have not yet been introduced to us alive, we are already acquainted with at least 3 more. But how far some of these plants are distinct from the 4 Diandrus globi enumerated by Wildenau, and from Schrader's Zerumbit speciosum, which is a true Renial Maya, we are not at present prepared to determine, yet cannot help remarking that the last mentioned plant should seem to resemble the Globa japonica of Thunberg, that our present subject may resemble G. marantina, that G. nutans greatly resembles Renial Maya nutans, and that at least one of the figures cited by Wildenau for the former in Rumphius, is absolutely the same as R. nutans and, lastly, that R. exaltata of Linn. Sub PL possesses, in a very striking and remarkable manner, the extraordinary habit of the remaining Globa uviformis. As to culture, these are all stove plants, and in this country require the assistance of the tan bed to make them flourish. Rich earth and great plenty of pot room are likewise requisite, and also a large portion of water when they are vegetating briskly, but less when they are almost at a stand, which is sometimes the case although they are never perfectly quiescent, as is common in the neighboring genus Amomum. They are propagated easily by parting their perennial roots pg 123 pg 124 plate Uctzi. Crotolaria junci. Rushy stalked Crotolaria. Class 17. Order 4. Diadelphia decandria. 2 brotherhoods. 10 chives. Essential generic character. Legumen turgidum, inflatum, pedicellidum. Filamenta conida, cum fissura dorsally. Pod turgid, inflated, pedicellid. Chives conjoined, with a dorsal fissure. Specific character, and C. Crotolaria, folias simplicibus lanceolates subsessilibus, leguminibus glabras, racemo terminally, col sulcato. Wild. SPPL 3. 974 curd. Bot mag 490. Crotolaria, with simple lanceolate somewhat sessile leaves, smooth pods, a terminal bunch of flowers, and a furrowed stem. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement. 2. The standard. 3.1 of the wings. 4. The keel. 5. The chives. 6. The same spread open. 7. The seed bud and pointle. The species of Crotolaria here represented is a native of Malabar and the coast of Coromandel. It was obligingly sent us in bloom last August by the Honourable Mr. Irby, of Farnham Royal, Bucks, and was raised by him from East Indian seeds. Its root is annual, and the plant, in consequence of it, admits of increase by seeds only, which should be sown early on a hotbed, with the most tender annuals, and the young plants when large enough should be transplanted into separate pots of rich earth, and after they have sufficiently recovered the effects of removal, they should be taken into the hothouse, the assistance of which is requisite to bring them to maturity. They rise with slender and rather rushy stems, which are but slightly branched, to the height of 2 or 3 feet, and make a fine appearance when in flower, but they are, like many other tender leguminous plants, very subject to the annoyance of insects, and more especially to that almost indestructible pest of stoves, the red spider, the best mode of destroying which is that of steaming the plants, that is, keeping them well watered, and in a hot and humid air. Some of our friends conceive this plant to differ from that which is figured in the Botanical Magazine, number 490. It is true, I found the seed bud quite silky, and if the full-grown pod, which I never saw should likewise be so, it would certainly be worthy distinguishing from that plant, which is said to have smooth, and therefore, in all probability, naked pods. Neither have I yet seen the pod of the Crotolaria figured in the last number, which, if it should prove cylindrical and not turgid, would refer that plant to the genus Liebeckia, with which inhabit it very well accords pg 125 pg 126 plate uchtseeth. Geranium luteum. Dwarf yellow-flowered geranium. Class 16. Order 4. Monadelphia decandria. Threads united. 10 chives. Essential generic character. Monogyna. Stigmata quinqua. Fructus pentacoccus. 1 pointal. 5 summits. Fruit beaked, 5 berries. Specific character. Geranium, tuberosum, pinnis foliorum oppos itis subovitus acutus inciso bifides scu trifides integris v, scapes simplicibus, petalis clavito linearibus. Geranium, tuberous, with the pinnae of the leaves somewhat ovate acute gash bifid or trifid or entire, simple flower stalks, and clavatedly linear petals. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement cut open. 2. The chives and pointal. 3. The chives spread open. 4. The seed bud and pointal. We have here the pleasure of adding another tuberous rooted geranium, not enumerated by Wildenau, to the great variety of that description already given in this work. As a species it appears sufficiently distinct from any of them, although pretty closely allied to that which is delineated in our last number, and also to G. fucifolium of our 378th plate. Its flowers are yellow marked with red, as is frequently the case amongst the tuberous species of this extensive tribe of plants, but of very rare occurrence in the other departments of it. From the Clapham collection, incomparably rich in this description of plants, our figure was derived, so long since as the summer of the year 1803. Like its congeners, it is a native of the Cape, requires the treatment of a greenhouse plant, and is increased, but very slowly, by carefully dividing the tubers of its roots, when quiescent, taking especial care that no moisture comes in contact with the wounded parts, until nature has healed them by drying, and formed what the gardeners call a callus, that is, a dry and hardened external skin. Pg 127 Pg 128 plate uchtsev. Polygala micrantha. Small flowered milkwort. Class 17. Order 3. Diadelphia octandria. 2 brotherhoods. 8 chives. Essential generic character. Calyx 5 phyllis, folioles duobus alaformibus, coloratus. Legumen obcordatum, biloculare. Impalement 5-leaved, with 2 of the leaves like wings, colored. Pod inversely heart-shaped, toothed-celled. Specific character, and C. polygala, virgata, floribus imberbibus axillary sicilibus solitaris subdistantibus folio brevuribus, folius alternus subremotus internodio longoribus subulatusc. Milkwort, twiggy, with beardless axillary sessile solitary rather distant flowers which are shorter than the leaf, and alternate remotish all-shaped leaves, longer than the space they are distant from each other. Polygala, micrantha, floribus imberbibus axillary sicilibus, folius linearibus mucronates. Thunb. Prod. 121 Wild. SPPL 3. 892 Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement. 2. The same magnified. 3. The keel magnified. 4.1 of the wings. 5. The same magnified. 6. The chives. 7. The same magnified. 8. The pointal. 9. The same magnified. There is an elegance and a grace in the habit and appearance of this polygala, which in a great measure compensates for its trifling flowers. It forms a small, and but little branched, twiggy shrub, is a native of the Cape of Good Hope, and belongs to the Hysteria division of the genus. We do not know that it has ever been figured before, but, notwithstanding the short character given by Thunberg, have little doubt of its being the plant he intended for P. micrantha. The honor of introducing it, and also some other shrubby polygally, into this country, is due to G. Hibbert, Esq., from whose choice collection at Clapham our figure was taken. Polygala micrantha continues flowering the greatest part of the year, winter as well as summer, is a very hardy greenhouse plant, and is propagated by cuttings in the usual way. If we were to consider the flowers as racipinate, and perhaps they really are so, what we have called the keel would become the standard, and the small appendage which is a part of it below would answer as its keel. The expanded flowers of this species, and also those of P. stipulacea of our 363D plate, viewed in front, very remarkably resemble in outline, and almost in size, the insects which I have named tiny Ibombaciformes, but the wings of the flower, which answer to the pectinated horns of the insects, appear rather too large. P. alopecuroides of our 371st plate possesses this extraordinary resemblance still more completely, inasmuch as the ciliae of its keel correspond exactly to the fringes of the insect's wings. A more perfect similitude between objects in reality so remote and so different, I have very rarely, or never, beheld PG 129 PG 130 plate CCCCXXV. Mangifera indica. Indian mango tree. Class V order Ipentandria monogenea. 5 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Flores pentapetali, inferi. Drupa reniformis. Corolla petalis lanceolates. Nux lanuginosa. Flowers 5-petaled, beneath the fruit. Drupe kidney-shaped. Blossom with lanceolate petals. Nut woolly. Specific character, and C. Mangifera, Folius oblongo-lanceolates, Floribus submenandries, Drupa maxima reniforme. Wild. SPPL 1. 1150 mango, with oblong lanceolate leaves, somewhat menandrous flowers, and a large kidney-shaped drupe. Reference to the plate. 1. A front view of a detached flower magnified. 2. A back view of the same. The mango tree very seldom produces its flowers, and, we believe, never perfects its fruit, or, as Miller calls it, its plum, in Europe. In India this tree acquires considerable size, with a rough bark, and luxuriant foliage, and its fruit is held in great esteem. For the sake of its fine leaves alone it is worthy cultivation in our hot houses, where, according to Miller, it prospers better out of, than in the tin, yet I believe most of the horticulturists of the present day prefer the bark bed for their mangoes, planting them in rich earth and large pots. They are propagated by layers or cuttings, seldom by seeds, because these will not keep long after they are mature, and therefore perish before they reach this country and can be sown in it. The flowers are extremely trifling, but they are curious in their conformation, and remarkable in constantly having 4 out of their 5 chives abortive, imperfect, and destitute of anthers, wherefore the plant is menandrous. Our figure was taken at Whitley and Brams's in the month of December last. PG 131 PG 132 plate Uktsi. Limidorum tankervillii. Chinese Limidorum. Class XX. Order Igenandria diandria. Chives on the pointal. 2 chives. Essential generic character. Nectarium monophyllum, concavum, pedicellum, intrapetalum infimum. Nectary 1-leafed, concave, on a pedicel, upon the lower petal. Specific character, and C. Limidorum, Floribus racemosis imberbibus. 8. Hort Q. 330 Tugmal. Systnat Tom. 2p60. Limidorum, with beardless racemose flowers. Reference to the plate. 1. A miniature figure of the plant. 2. The spathe. 3. The honey cup. 4. The parts of fructification as they stand in the plant. The upper part of the same with its lid elevated, and one chive detached and magnified. No colored representation of this magnificent plant within our knowledge has yet been published, either in this country or on the continent, but a large folio black print of it was given in Aeton's Hortus Cuensis, along with the above specific character, and with the circumstance of its having been introduced into the British Gardens by the late Dr. Fothergill, in the year 1778, from China, of which country it is a native. In England it requires the artificial heat of the tan bed to make it flower, which it does annually, with good management, from the month of November to that of April. It requires rich earth, and in dry weather frequent waterings, when in bloom makes a very stately appearance, and is propagated pretty readily by parting the tubers of the roots. Our drawing was made from fine plants in the Hibbertian collection at Clapham last month, pg 133 pg 134 plate Ucci. Gompholobium maculatum. Maculated air pod. Class X order Idecandria monogenea. 10 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Calyx campanulatus, simplex, ALTE5 fidus. Corolla papilionacea. Stigma simplex, acutum. Legumen inflatum, sphericum, uniloculare, polyspermum. Impalement bell-shaped, simple, deeply 5-cleft. Blossom butterfly-shaped. Summit simple, acute. Pod inflated, spherical, one-celled, many-seeded. Specific character. Gompholobium, folius ternatis linearibus nudes, senioribus declinatis, peduncules basin versus bibracteatus, ramules terretibus nudes. Gompholobium, with leaves in threes and naked, the older ones bent downwards, peduncles with 2 floral leaves near the base, and naked round branches. Reference to the plate. 1. A leaf. 2. The impalement, peduncle, and floral leaves. 3. A front view of the standard. 4. A back view of the same. 5.1 of the wings. 6. The keel. 7. The chives and pointal. 8. The seed bud and pointal. The plant here represented is quite a new species, and is said to be a native of New Holland. It is a stiff little shrub, and prospers in the greenhouse, and its yellow flowers, deeply blotched with brown on the standard, make a good appearance. In its habit, and in the generic characters, it comes nearer to Gompholobium of Dr. Smith in Exotic Botany, tab. 5, than to any other genus within our knowledge, yet the dissections here given, will be found to swerve from the characters there advanced, in several perhaps not unimportant particulars. The stamina appear more united. The stigma appears slightly capitated, instead of acute, and the infant pod somewhat too long. The bracteae also differ in number as well as structure. Our drawing was made from living plants in the Hibbertian collection in the year 1803, but the above description from the drawing only pg 135 pg 136 plate Ucci. Helichrysum stahelena. Stahelena like eternal flower. Class 19. Order 2. Syngenacea polygamia superflua. Tips united. Superfluous polygamy. Essential generic character. Receptaculum nudum. Puppus pilosus, vel plumosus. Calyx imbricatus, radiatus, radiocolorado. Receptacle naked. Down hairy, or feathery. Impalement imbricated, rayed, with the ray colored. Specific character, and C. Olichrysum, fruticosum, erectum, folius oblongo-lanceolates basea attenuates ceraces, peduncules nudis uniflorus terminalibus. Wild. SPPL 3. 1910 Olichrysum, shrubby, erect, with leaves oblong-lanced attenuated at the base and silky, and terminal naked one-flowered peduncles. Xeranthemum, Stahelena, peduncules terminalibus exertus nudis uniflorus, folius lanceolates tomentoses. SYSTVEG 624. Xeranthemum folius lanceolato oblongis carinates lanates, call erecto. Thun. Prod. 153 OBS callus lignosus, tenor, paniculatoramosus, ut tota herba albodamentosus. Pedunculi longi terminals. Wild. LC reference to the plate. 1. A flower cut open. 2. An hermaphrodite flowered with its down. 3. The same without the down. 4. The same spread open. 5. The seed bud and pointle, with the summit detached and magnified. In the last volume of Wildenau's Species Plantarum, containing the great class Syngenacea, are found many valuable botanical alterations and amendments, respecting the division and distribution of the genera and species, and amongst others, we find the Linnaean genus Xeranthemum, and even its species the Annuum, with its supposed variety the Inopertum, divided and arranged exactly after the manner proposed in our account of X. Bracteatum, Plate 375, now Olichrysum bracteatum, those few species only being now called Xeranthema which have a squamous receptacle, viz. the Annuum, and Inopertum, of European origin, and the Orine tail, a native of Armenia. The plant here depicted was drawn from a living specimen in the Clapham collection, last December, where at first it only threw up one flower stalk, but it has since become stronger, and shows a peduncle from the end of almost every branch. Although this species comes nearer Olichrysum in its generic characters than to any other genus, Gnaphalium not excepted, yet still we cannot help remarking, how much it recedes from the external appearance of most of its congeners, in being quite destitute of radiating scales. It is a greenhouse plant, a native of the Cape, and is propagated by cuttings, but is not at present in any collection we are acquainted with, except Mr. Hibbert's PG 137 PG 138 Plate Uct 6. Protea incurva. Incurved-leaved protea. Class 4. Order Itetrandria monogenea. 4 chives. 1 pointle. Essential generic character. Corolla quadriphytha, sive quadripetala. Antheri linears, inserti petalis infraapicem. Calyx proprius, nullus. Nux unisperma, supera. Blossom four-cleft, or four-petaled. Tips linear, inserted on the petals below the apex. Impalement proper, none. Nut one-seeded, above. Specific character, and C. protea, folius filiformibus incurvus glabras, capitulas racemoso-spicatus tomentoses. Thun. Prod. 26 Dissertation number 22. Tab. 3 Figure 2 Wild. SPPL 1. 516 Protea, with thread-shaped incurved smooth leaves, and heads of flowers racemose spiked and woolly. Reference to the plate. 1. A flower. 2. A petal magnified. 3. The seed bud and pointle, with the summit detached and magnified. The Protea incurva is a native of the Cape of Good Hope, which is also the native country of by far the greater part of this extensive genus. In this country it is considered and treated as a hardy greenhouse plant, and requires, like most of its congeners, a fresh loamy soil, and an airy situation in the winter. A very abundant supply of fresh air, indeed, is of essential consequence in the cultivation of most of the Cape plants. They benefit by it in the daytime in most sorts of weather, even if rainy, provided the plants are not wetted by the rain, and the temperature of the atmosphere is not lower than 40 degrees of Fahrenheit's thermometer. In many collections, we are of opinion, too little air is usually admitted in the greenhouse, especially in winter, and early spring, and we are also of opinion, that where we have seen the most given, the plants are the most healthy and robust. The fine collection at Mr. Hibbert's is a powerful argument in favor of this theory. In few places is air so freely given, in none are plants in finer health, therefore much air is essentially necessary, for plants, like animals, are now known to absorb from the atmosphere, through a process analogous to respiration, its oxygenous particles, thence deriving strength and vigor, and without which no animal or vegetable can at all maintain either health or life. Our figure was made from the Clapham collection last June. The plant is shrubby, erect, and is propagated by cuttings in the usual way. PG 139 PG 140 plate CCCCXXX. Ricinus armatus. Prickly capsuled ricinus. Class XXI. Order 8. Monoecium monadelphia. 1 house. 1 brotherhood. Essential generic character. Moss. Calyx 5 pertitus. Corolla 0. Stamina numerosa. Femina. Calyx 3 pertitus. Corolla 0. Pistili 3, bifidi. Capsula 3 locularis. Semen 1. Male. Impalement 5 parted. Blossom none chives numerous. Female. Impalement 3 parted. Blossom none. Pointils 3, 2 cleft. Capsule 3 cellid. Seed 1. Specific character. Ricinus, folius peltatisaldE palmitonovemphides ceratis, petioles glandulosus, capsules undexpinus herbaceae. Ricinus, with leaves peltated deeply palmate 9 cleft and serrated, with glandulose petioles, and capsules everywhere furnished with herbaceous spines. Reference to the plate. 1. A male flower. 2. The male impalement. 3. The pointils. 4. A capsule. 5. A seed. The species of Ricinus here depicted, was raised in Lady Holland's garden at Kensington last summer, from seeds sent by her ladyship from Malta, where the plant has been cultivated for medicinal purposes about 4 years, and where it is considered as a new sort. And such indeed it appears to us, for as a species, although it comes extremely near to our communis, our inermis, and perhaps our medicus of furze call, it appears to be sufficiently distinct, differing from the former and latter, in its deeper cloven, and more numerously lobed, and glandular petioled leaves, and from our inermis, in having its capsules thickly beset with considerable, but herbaceous spines, whence our specific name of armatus, in contradistinction also to our inermis, which has smooth capsules. The plant from which our drawing was taken was 8 feet high and very much branched, and its ample yet elegant foliage, and red stalks and veins, communicated that kind of appearance to it which is often attributed to Asiatic plants, stately and magnificent. Its root is biennial, it requires the protection of the greenhouse, and can be increased very readily by seeds, which should be raised on a hotbed in spring, and afterwards transplanted into very large pots. There were 2 glands at the top of the petioles. The valuable drug called castor oil is extracted from the seeds of this and other species of Ricinus. PG 141 PG 142 plate ucthersi. Cecilia axillaris. Axillary flowered Cecilia. Class 19. Order Isengenacea polygamia equalis. Tips united. Equal polygamy. Essential generic character. Receptaculum Paleaceum, Pali semina involventibus. Pupus nullus. Calyx triphyllus. Receptacle chaffy, with the chaff enveloping the seeds. Down none. Impalement three-leaved. Specific character, and C. sessulia, folius lanceolates basi attenuates serratis alternus. Wild. SPPL 3. 1796 sessulia, with alternate lanceolate serrated leaves attenuated at the base. Reference to the plate. 1. A floret with its seed enveloped by the chaff. 2. The same divested of its seed and chaff. 3. The same spread open and magnified. 4. The seed bud, pointle, and chaff. 5 and 6. The same in different states novelty, oddity, and a very unusual appearance in every part, for a syngenesis plant, must in the present subject compensate for its trifling flowers. Few of our cultivating friends, except those who are the most botanical, will be inclined to add the sessulia to their collections, although a very rare, and, in many respects, an interesting species. It was first described and figured by Dr. Roxburgh, as a new genus, and by the name it here bears, in his sumptuous work on the plants of the coast of Coromandel, of which country it is a native, and it has since been taken up by Professor Wildenau, in his edition of Species Plantarum, and has had a new species, the Radicans, from Guinea, added to it by that botanist. The axillary-flowered sessulia is quite new in the gardens, and is said to have a perennial root, by the parting of which we suppose it may be increased, and must be considered as a hothouse plant in this country. Our figure was taken from a living specimen, obligingly communicated to us last summer by the Marquis of Blandford, from White Knights, Berks, who, we believe, first raised it in this country, from East Indian seeds pg 143 pg 144 plate Ucthursii. Strelitzia reginae. The Queen's Strelitzia. Class V Order Ipentandria monogenea. 5 chives. 1 pointle. Essential generic character. Spatha universalis, partialesque. Calyx 0. Corolla 3 petala. Nectarium 3 phylum, genitalia involvens. Capsula 3 locularis, locules polyspermis. Spathe the common one, and partial spathes. Impalement none. Blossom 3-petaled. Nectary 3-leaved, involving the organs of fructification. Capsule 3-xelid, with many seeds. Specific character, and C. strelitzia, folius ellipticis basi undulates parallelocostatus. Strelitzia, with leaves elliptic undulated at the base, and ribbed in a parallel manner. Strelitzia reginae. Wild. SPPLI 1190 Kurd. Bot Mag Tab. 1198. Hort Q. 1285. Tab. 2. Reference to the plate. 1. A miniature figure of the plant. 2. The two-petal-like nectary. 3. The upper short petal of the nectary. 4. The seed bud, chives and pointle at the request of several of our subscribers, who compliment us in saying this work contains nearly all the more showy plants now in cultivation, and who moreover are desirous that it should not long want any of them. We here beg leave to present them with that queen of hothouse plants, the superb Strelitzia, although strictly against our rules and plan, a colored quarto print of it having already been given in the Botanical Magazine. Of this majestic genus, first established in the Hortus Cuensis, there are now living in the British gardens, not fewer than 4 species, and several varieties, all natives, we believe, of the Cape of Good Hope, and all hothouse plants, viz. First, Strelitzia alba, Hortulanerum, which, towering far above the rest, and quite erect, attains the kingly height of 20 feet or upwards. It ought to have been called S. regis, 2 nd, S. regini, here delineated, of which there are 3 or 4 varieties, differing only in the undulation of the leaves, and in their length, which, including the petiole, is usually from 3 to 5 feet, 3d, a nondescript narrow-leaved species, with very long petioles. This should be called S. principis, and fourth, another nondescript, but smaller sort, whose leaves are mere petioles, and scarce ever expand in the slightest manner into laminae. This should be called S. junci. It is very rare, and we believe at present only in the royal collection at Kew. All the Strelitziae are propagated, though slowly, by carefully dividing their perennial roots, which are usually planted either in very large pots, or small beds annexed to the tan bed in hothouses. Our figure was made from a plant at Messrs. Colville's, in the King's Road, last autumn, but the plant flowers freely at various seasons. Pg 145 Pg 146 Index to the plants contained in Vol. 6 Plate 361 Sansevieria carnea flesh-colored Sansevieria G. H. herb March 362 Crocus biflorus yellow-bottomed white crocus heart. Bulb February 363 Polygala stipulacea stipuled milkwort G. H. shrub March 364 Iris pavonia peacock iris G. H. bulb April 365 Scilla siberica Iberian squill heart. Bulb February 366 Geranium barbatum. Various undulatum. Bearded leaf geranium various waved petaled. G.H. herb septum. 367 Anagales grandiflora great flowered pimpernel G. H. and April 368 Melantheum masoniifolia masonia leaved Melantheum G. H. bulb March 369 Eucumis purpureocaulus purple stalked Eucumis G. H. bulb March 370 Polygala terretifolia cylindric leaved milkwort G. H. shrub April 371 Polygala alopecuroides foxtail milkwort G. H. shrub April 372 Mimosa purpureizaldia bush mimosa H. H. shrub April 373 Paeonia suffruticosa shrubby paeonig. H. shrub April 374 Xeranthemum proliferus eternal flowerg. H. shrub May 375 Xeranthemum bracteatum waved-leaved eternal flower heart. Anseptum. 376 Neotia minor the lesser Neotia H. H. herb March 377 Allium camimoli the dwarf moly G. H. bulb February 378 Geranium fucifolium a cloven-leaved geranium G. H. herb septum. 379 Rhododendron ponticum. Various deciduum. Deciduous purple rhododendron heart. Shrub May 380 Achyranthes porogens divaricating Achyranthes H. H. shrub May 381 Sarracenia flava yellow side saddle flower G. H. herb June 382 Liparia villica concave leaved Liparia G. H. shrub May 383 Pitosporum undulatum waved-leaved Pitosporum G. H. shrub May 384 Xeranthemum variegatum variegated eternal flowerg. H. shrub May 385 Campanula licinia terragwort-leaved bellflower heart. Herb July 386 Anthericum puginiforme dagger-leaved Anthericum heart. Bulb septum. 387 Xeranthemum rigidum rigid-leaved eternal flowerg. H. shrub May 388 Mesembryanthemum inclodon sun-closing flowered fig marigold. H. shrub July 389 Damia erythroxylon St. Helena redwood. H. shrub June 390 Amaryllis spectabilis waved-leaved Amaryllis H. H. bulb July 391 Nymphea lotus the Egyptian lotus H. H. herb July 392 Ixia columaris. Var angustifolia. Narrow-leaved columnar chived Ixia G. H. bulb June 393 Fumaria formosa beautiful fumitory heart. Herb June 394 Mimosa linifolia flax-leaved mimosa G. H. shrub May 395 Anthericum paniculatum panicled Anthericum G. H. herb July 396 Campanula versicolor various-colored bellflower heart. Herb July 397 Stuartia marylandica Maryland Stuartia heart. Shrub August 398 Wachendorphia villosivilis Wachendorphia G. H. herb June 399 Camelina tubersa tuberous rooted Cumlina H. H. herb septum 400 Eucalyptus resinifera resinus Eucalyptus G. H. shrub July 401 Ceratula spicata spiked flowered sawwort heart. Herb July 402 Clematis florida large flowered virgin's bower heart. Shrub July 403 Ipomea grandiflora great flowered Ipomea H. H. and septum 404 Moria minitored lead colored Moria G. H. bulb April 405 Primula dentiflora toothed flowered primrose heart. Herb septum 406 Aponogeton monastichian simple spiked Aponogeton H. H. herb July 407 Calendula dentata toothed leaved marigold G. H. shrub July 408 Dahlia pinnatapinated leaved Dahlia G. H. herb septum 409 Protea scali mussooth leaved Protea G. H. shrub May 410 Cananchum undatum waved Cananchum H. H. shrub July 411 Ceralia spicata spiked flowered Ceralia G. H. shrub July 412 Calendula viscosa viscous marigold G. H. shrub October 413 Geranium hymenode leaved Geranium G. H. herb May 414 Crassula oblique leaved Crassula. H. shrub October 415 Cantua coronopifolia coronopus leaved Cantua H. H. herb Novem 416 Salvia camadrifolia germander leaved sage G. H. shrub July 417 Crotolaria pulchula ternate large flowered Crotolaria G. H. shrub July 418 Gentiana catesbia catesbes gentian heart. Herb October 419 Genista lusitanica Portugal Genista heart. Shrub March 420 Geranium floribundum tuberous many flowered Geranium G. H. herb July 421 Renial Maya calcara top right flowering Renial Maya H. H. herb septum 422 Crotolaria juncirushi stalked Crotolaria H. H. and August 423 Geranium luteum dwarf yellow flowered Geranium G. H. herb septum 424 Polygallomicranthasmal flowered milkwort G. H. shrub April 425 Mangifera indica Indian mango tree. H. shrub de cm 426 Limidorum tankervilli Iachines Limidorum H. H. herb de cm 427 Gompholobium maculatum maculated air podge. H. shrub July 428 Alichrysum Stahelena Stahelena like eternal flower. H. shrub de cm 429 Cecilia axillaris axillary flowered Cecilia. H. herb August 430 Ricinus armatus sprickla capsuled Ricinus G. H. bien. October 431 Protea incurvae curved leaved Protea G. H. shrub June 432 Strelitzia regina eth queen Strelitzia H. H. herb August pg 147 Irata et corrigenda in vol. 6 plate 361, line 20, for Brevuribus, read Brevura. 21, for Antheris, read Antheras. 362, 7, after longissimo ad partem, and after long ad and partly. 11, after cochleariformibus, ad circumcisus. 16, for antheris, read antheras. After line 21, add 4. The seed bud and pointal. 365, 21, for antheris, read antheras. 375, 19, for the pointal, and see read one of the scales of the impalement. 10, for pinnate, read pinnate. 378, 3, from the bottom, for erodium, read palangonium. 383, after the specific character, add p undulatum, vent. Pl nuv. 76 389, line 25, for retus, read undulatum retusa. 390, 20, after tubulasi, add anti-anthocyn inflati. 395, 18, after is, read a new species. 396, 24, for and, read it. 397, 13, strike out the letter L. 399, 4, from the bottom, for double, read but half. 404, 9, for monadelphia, read monadelpha. 22, for east, read least. 405, 22, for affords, read afford. 410, 11, after waved, add and. 27, for known, read unknown. 415, 22, for read 3. 417, 10, strike out the two hyphens and the comma between them. 418, 7, from bottom, for purple read blue. 420, 19, for erodium, read palangonium. 424, 27, for compensates, read compensate. 426, 16, after plant, add 5. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook, The Botanist's Repository for New and Rare Plants, Vol. 06 of 10 updated editions will replace the previous one. The old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start, full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works, by using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg. You agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Electronic Works 1.a. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg Trademark Electronic Work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg Trademark Electronic Works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg Trademark Electronic Work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLOF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying, or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark license. 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee, or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works provided that, you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f1.f.1 Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects, such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2 Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs, and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive, or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3 Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4 Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5 Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6 Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the Foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the Foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion, and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs, and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark. Project Gutenberg trademark is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged, and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, Utah 841-16801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact. Section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork, and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the U.S. unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, We do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks. Back. 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 Volume 6. Of the Botanist's Repository Plate Ucklesey. Plate Ucklesey I. Plate Ucklesey 8th. Plate Ucklesiv. Plate CCCLXV. Plate Ucklesey. Plate Ucklesey I. Plate Ucklesey 8th. Plate Ucklesix. Plate CCCLXX. Plate Ucklesey. Plate Ucklesey I. Plate Ucklesey 8th. Plate Ucklesiv. Plate CCCLXXV. Plate Ucklesey. Plate Ucklesey I. Plate Ucklesey 8th. Plate Ucklesix. Plate CCCLXXX. Plate Ucklesey. Plate Ucklesey. Plate Ucklesey 8th. Plate Ucklesiv. Plate CCCLXXXV. Plate Ucklesey. Plate Ucklesey I. Plate Ucklesey 8th. Plate Ucklesix. Plate CCCXC. Plate Uxi. Plate Uxki. Plate Uxkeen. Plate Uxiv. Plate CCCXCV. Plate Uxkv. Plate Uxkati. Plate Uxkati 8th. Plate Uxix. Plate CCCC. Plate Uchi. Plate Uki. Plate Ukeen. Plate Uchiv. Plate CCCCV. Plate Ukv. Plate Ukati. Plate Ukati 8th. Plate Uchix. Plate CCCCX. Plate Uxi. Plate Uxi. Plate Uxi. Plate Uxiv. Plate CCCCXV. Plate Ukt. Plate Ukati. Plate Ukateen. Plate Uxix. Plate CCCCXX. Plate Uktsi. Plate Uktsi. Plate Uktsi. Plate Uktsiv. Plate CCCCXXV. Plate Uktsi. Plate Uktsi. Plate Uktsi 8th. Plate Ukt6. Plate CCCCXXX. Plate Ukt30. Plate Ukt30. Index to the plants contained in Vol. 6. Errata et corrigenda in Vol. 6. The full Project Gutenberg license.